Good morning, bom dia a todos. I hope you had a good journey to Sines. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Port of Sines and to the NEXUS in D2XCEL International Innovation Conference. During these 2 days, 2 different projects will share their common endowment and compromise to sustainability, decarbonization, energy transition, and efficiency, bringing innovative, bold, and creative solutions. Moreover, this venue also proves that cooperation is the way to achieve the ambitious and demanding challenge settled by the European Green Deal. Not only we enhance the cooperation inside the partners of each project, but we also congratulate the alignment of both NEXUS and D2XCEL teams in promoting an open debate on crucial topics that today are on top of the agenda of the shipping, logistics, and transports industry. We are demanded to be tenacious, assertive, like never before. We are called to give the most effective and efficient answer to a greener future while assuring the resilience of the entire supply chain. The conference agenda will host project managers of some pioneer and challenging European projects within the scope of decarbonization, as well as the insights of the main international players in important topics such as cybersecurity and cyber resilience, AI, and digitalization, promoting efficiency while discussing the industry challenge in a world as you know it today, bearing in mind carbon neutrality, geopolitical constraints, as well as increasing competition of global market. Also determined will be presented success stories of partnerships between enterprising ventures in the industry, and last but not least, the academic perspective, highlighting how research and investigation play an extremely valuable contribution to innovation and pioneering. Ladies and gentlemen, these will be 2 days promoting the exchange of knowledge, ideas, creativity, and solutions. I would like to thank the speakers and moderators to the conference for having joined us, as well as the audience, whom I believe is eager to take part in such an insightful venue. In Sines, we continue to believe in achieving more each day, and we believe great achievements to be driven by mutual understanding and partnership, such as today's example. In Sines, we continue to believe in projects like the NEXUS agenda, which is taking the best from its 35 partners who have been closely working together in presenting cutting-edge solutions, shaping the future of the ports and logistics sector. There is no evolution, no development without strong will and boldness. It is in Sines' DNA, from the beginning of our history to dare to try. And we will continue trying to go beyond, fostering strategic partnerships with those sharing our vision of contributing to a green, sustainable, and competitive port and logistics sector, serving the needs of the markets, enhancing economy, and ensuring social welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us. We wish you all a rich and fruitful conference. Muito obrigado.
The outcomes of the NEXUS Agenda project will be presented by its coordinator, Claudio Pinto, Innovation and IT Systems Director at the Ports of Sines and the Algarve Authority. With a background in organizational information systems and business engineering, Claudio leads digital transformation projects focused on sustainability and efficiency. Claudio, when you please.
Okay. Bom dia a todos. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here to share with you the outcomes of Agenda Nexus. During my presentation, I will not talk about project KPIs. I will try to show you what are the outcomes that we will present in the end of this project. But before that, I would like to take the opportunity that are in front of such a distinguished audience, and also because probably this will be our last international conference under the umbrella of this project of Nexus Agenda. I would like to take this opportunity to thank first of all to my team, my great team. They are the best. They are amazing, and they always support these projects, and they are eager to face new challenges. So thank you to my team. Thank you also for the PMO team that support and the project, mainly to João Graça, that is with us since the day -1 of the project. I would like to thank you also our advisory board. Jakub is here with us. Thank you, Jakub, for your support. And a very special thank you for Pascal. Pascal is always present, always with us, and with a strong commitment with Port of Sines and with Nexus Agenda. Thank you, Pascal, for your support. And finally, I would like to say some words to our board of directors, our new board of directors that just arrived in Port of Sines and quickly understood the goals of the project, what you are trying to achieve, and express the commitment not only in words but also in actions. And actions that take the Nexus project to be recognized as a key initiative for the digitalization of the national sector, the port sector. So thank you to our members of the board, and I will try. I will before showing you some of the examples of our outcomes. I will begin with explain our approach, why we did the project. We did this project in this way because we want to engage all of our stakeholders in a common vision, and this is why we did the Agenda Nexus and why we invite our partners to establish a consortium and develop innovative solutions, products and services to overcome the challenges of our sector. These pictures represent our consortium. We are a full consortium, which means that we have with us not only the universities, some of the main universities and national research centers. We also have working with us technological partners comprising SMEs, technical SMEs, and also some startups, Portuguese startups, and finally the end users of this technology. We as Port Authority, we play different roles in this project. We are the lead partner of the project. We are also the end user of some of the technologies that are being developed in the scope of the agenda, and we also play the role of product owner of some of the projects. As history shows us, when technology proves that we can do more with less, the technology will be adopted and will be widely incorporated in our operations. So this is something that we have in our ambition, with the NEXUS ambition, to deliver technology that can help our sector to be more efficient, to be more sustainable, to have more connectivity, and to overcome this kind of challenges. About the products and services that we'll deliver. So the open silo is the name of the product that we tag as the star product of the agenda. We look to this open silo as an enabler of innovation to provide an affordable, in a broad sense of the word affordable, an affordable tool that will allow everyone to share data, to share solutions, to subscribe these solutions, and to overcome, for instance, challenges related with predictability, related with visibility, to enhance the creation of new solutions for our sector, and also to continuously engage our academic institutions in our sector. So all of the other products that we are developing will use the data or will publish data in this new platform, like this one. That is the product owner is Marvel, and Cargo Connect. It will be a product to manage using AI and ML tools, algorithms to match the needs of transport, to match the demand and the offer of transport services. We are also developing AGAP. It's the product owner of this product, GateOS.ai platform. It is a product that will deliver what you called a virtual gate operator. The idea is not to have only automatic process in a gate, but also to achieve a higher level and to achieve an autonomous gate operating in our ports. The Smart Birds managed by the product owner is Esri Portugal. It's a product to plan and to simulate operational scenarios for port operation, and also to deliver the just-in-time concept in the ports. So this platform will also take advantage of consuming the data that will provide it in the open silo platform. Another product, it's from Fordesi. It's a product to optimize using ML algorithms, optimize the operations in a port, in a dry port or in a maritime port, and also to plan to optimize the load of trains in these terminals. Develop will provide a new platform, a local platform to deploy solutions for the supply chain. The idea is to have more easily solutions built to match the needs of each organization, each company. In the domain of cybersecurity, APS finished the deployment of a cyber range, Port Cyber Arena. It's a cyber range for our sector. In this Port Cyber Arena, we can train all of our staff from the C-level to more technical levels in the detection, the response, and the recovery from cyber incidents. In this cyber arena, we have a model of all the technological stacks that we use in real operation. from a valve, a pressure sensor, a PLC, a SCADA system, all the IT assets that you use in real operation can be used in this center, and you can train with real technology, real scenarios, all of our staff. Sorry. And I'm almost finishing. We are looking also, like our CEO said in their introduction, with these projects, we want to contribute also for the decarbonization of the port operations. And this is one of the projects that we are building with this goal. It's the first electrical propulsion pilot boat that will be in operations. It will be full sensorized. We are creating a digital twin of this, a real digital twin of these assets. So this will help us to decarbonize and to reduce the scope 1 of emissions of APS. Of course, that we are looking also for the people, which is the more important asset that you have, and you need to fill the gaps that are needed not only to develop these solutions, but also to use these solutions. So we provide, together with Instituto Politécnico de Setúbal and Universidade de Aveiro, we build some trainings, different kinds of trainings, webinars, and etc. And we have more than around 700 participants already in these trainings. And to finalize, outside in the wall of this building, you can see in the touchscreen the first approach to our digital twin. This is the first step that we are building. It's a beta version. Our goal is to, in the end of the project, to have a more enhanced digital twin. This is real, to be honest with you. This is not real digital twin, because in this phase we cannot manipulate the behavior of the physical assets with this version. So it is more a digital shadow, let's say. But it's the first steps. We are integrating everything, all the sensors, all the systems that we have supporting our operations. It's integrating in this platform. In this video, you can see we are integrated also the BIM models of the buildings. This is the Port Cyber Arena building. So you can manage all from this digital twin. The next phase is to not only to have the BIM models, but also all the sensors that you have in the building, and of course in the other infrastructures and the other equipments that you have in the port. To finalize, and this is the last slide, Open Silo, again, it's our new platform. During these 2 days, it's open for you to test. Please give us our feedback, and will be appreciated for us. The idea is to improve the services and the information, the data sets that we are providing in this tool. Thank you, and have a nice venue.
William Bluthers will introduce D2XCEL program, an European scaling program supporting deep tech and digital ventures in transport, logistics, and smart cities. As a board member, venture partner, and corporate venture capital advisor, Willem contributes his expertise in venture investment and business growth to drive innovation in maritime logistics and sustainable freight transportation. Willem, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anarita, and let me start with thanking you all for this great opportunity, and especially the APS team, Claudio, Anarita, and the rest of the team for this collaboration that we could establish. Also thanks to Pascal, of course, who brought us together. Also thanks, first of all, to the team that organized it from the D2XCEL side, especially Linda and Francesca from the Nuremberger Messe. So it's very exciting to be here, having this joint event between NEXUS, and we saw a lot of great examples of innovations taking place here in the NEXUS program, together with the D2XCEL program. And I will try to give you a little bit of a feeling about what D2XCEL is about. It is a European project. Let me go one slide further. It's a European project. The text is maybe a little bit difficult to read here on the left side, but it's a program sponsored by the European Innovation Council that run for 3 years. It's almost finished also, like the NEXUS program, where we have been supporting 100 startups to become scale-ups with an extensive program. And all those 100 startups have been in the field of sustainability and sovereignty of Europe. And you see here on the top, we have had 10 startups in the field of logistics, also 10 in supply chain management and trade finance, but also we have had teams in sustainable freight transportation, sustainable mobility, large-scale energy storage, which is very important also for the ports, in terms of BES systems, renewable energy production, sustainable and circular construction, and also circular models for in cities, as well as AI solutions for smart cities. So a pretty wide scope, but a lot of that is also relevant for ports. We think that's why it's a great opportunity to be here. And actually, several of the startups that we have been coaching in this program are also here and will present later today and tomorrow. This program was not just for the startups, but it was also for the other stakeholders, for investors that are interested in investing in those spaces, which are growing spaces, but also for technology buyers. And that's why we are very happy to be here, because port authorities, ports, and logistics companies, transport companies are very important customers also of those startups. So I hope we will also have some good interaction here between the startups being present and potential customers in this room. A little bit about how the program worked. On one hand, we have done extensive individual mentoring of each of those 100 startups. Each of them got 2 mentors that were supporting them for several months. But you see here a couple of numbers, so 102 startups, even more than the 100 we promised. We had a lot of interactive sessions. We had a lot of very professional experts, 72 in total, with 400 sessions. So that's just a large number for those 100 startups. We had a lot of interactive sessions. And you see here a couple of scores at the bottom that shows that those are scores out of a range of 1 to 5, not to 10, but to 5. So in general, scores of 4.5. So that means most of the startups were pretty happy with this individual mentoring by the experts. We also had topic-specific mentoring on the key success for those startups. We had in total almost 40 workshops, webinars, etc. for those startups. In total, cumulative 1,000 participants, 1,000 participants in total for those sessions. So a lot of interactive sessions on all the relevant topics that you see here at the bottom, from IPR, from team building, from how to work together with corporate customers, but also how to define the go-to-market strategy, the value proposition. So all relevant aspects for a startup we covered there, and hopefully we could be of help for the startups. At least the scores there also suggest that the program was helpful for most of the startups. We also, and a very important point, and that's also why we are here, said it's very important to bring those startups in contact with not only investors, but also with potential customers. So we have been organizing about 20 or 20 plus events to really generate interaction between those startups and investors or corporates. And actually very interesting, partially as a result of that, the startups that participate in the program, even before the program is finished, already raised 57 million investments in total. So that means that a lot of them are progressing also in fundraising, but also hopefully in getting contact with customers. We see a couple of events here, just a selection of the 20 plus events that we organized, of course. In the center is this event here today with Nexus, but we also have done an event at Talk Europe together with the European Freight and Logistics Leadership Organization, the Smart Freight Week in Amsterdam, and also a number of events that are organized by Tech Tour, the main project coordinator for the D2XCEL program, focused on investors, and last but not least also with Nuremberger Messe at the Embedded World in Nuremberg. So a lot of events, a lot of opportunities for contact, direct contact between the startups and investors and corporate customers. I would specifically also like to thank the mentors. As I mentioned already, we had more than 70 mentors supporting the startups individually. This is just a snapshot. You see a couple of faces here that are also here in the room. I see Chris, Estelle, and a couple of other people also here. So thanks a lot for those people to spend their time and energy, but especially to share their insights in this industry with the startups. Thank you very much for that. That's very essential for this program. But also a lot of industry and investment stakeholders. We had more than 150, I think in the total already 200 stakeholders from the industry, so big corporations, like a lot of people here in the room as well, from the port authorities and shipping companies, etc., and also investment stakeholders. So also thanks to those for being willing to engage with the startups to make sure that we can adopt the innovations that those startups are making, because that's what is the program about, making sure that those innovations that we need to make also the ports more sustainable, more digital, more efficient, that those innovations are being implemented in the ports and at other companies. Just a very quick overview of all the startups that have been involved in this program as far as relevant for this audience. So sustainable freight transportation, a couple of startups here, and also we have some of those here. Elon Road, for example, is here also today presenting. We also have a lot of, about 10 startups in the supply chain management and trade finance, also a couple of them here. Container Grid, I see from the top of my head, EX9 is also here. And then we have also 10 startups in the logistics space. Develop, for example, also mentioned already by Claudio, is also part of the program. Renewable energy production, a very important point. We have also today a presentation by Boson Energy that is also very relevant here. And last but not least, large-scale energy storage, as mentioned before, also an important point, especially for the onshore power solutions, which also were part of the program. So thank you very much for your attention. That's just a quick introduction of the D2XCEL program. We are very happy to be here together with the startups, together with a lot of the mentors as well. So I would like to say, and enjoy the event. I hope there will be a lot of good interactions and learnings. If you want to know more about the D2XCEL program, here are some links to the website, to the LinkedIn page, if you want to know more. But of course, Pascal and myself are here, as well as the team from Nuremberg MS. So ask us if you want to know anything more. Thank you very much. And again, thanks very much to APS for this opportunity to work together on this exciting program. Thank you.
Thank you, Willem. Before moving to the first panel, just a quick remark. If you're trying to see Slido and you cannot do it, it's because you are not connected to the NEXUS Wi-Fi net. Please select it first, our Wi-Fi net called NEXUS, and then you can see Slido properly. Another remark, as you can see, Slido, no, sorry, Open Silo. I have two things in my mind. So to see the Open Silo, please connect to our NEXUS Wi-Fi net first. And we have another QR code for slido.com. You can submit your questions, and our moderators and speakers will try to answer them during the venue. Now, our first panel, which will focus on industry challenges and will be moderated by Jaco Vospuch. I never managed to spell your name correctly, right? Jaco is a senior supply chain and logistics expert with over 30 years of experience in production logistics, transportation, warehousing, and IT systems. He excels in innovative, practical solutions for complex logistics challenges and has a strong track record in leading EU projects and global standards development. His expertise spans all transport modes with a focus on interoperability and sustainability. And André is getting Jaco ready.
Right. Let me try and get there without falling from the stairs. And can I already invite all of my panelists to follow me up here as well? So, Whoops. That's actually a very good idea. Let me also have some of that. So I do most of my talking standing up, so I'll be sitting down in a minute, but I'll do the intro the way I'm most comfortable. So today, Anarita already did a bit of an introduction for myself, so I won't go into too much detail. I will say that one of my main interests has always been to make sure that we can facilitate collaboration amongst many different companies. And to do this, you would need to establish some guide rules and standards. So I've been a standards person for like 15 to 20 years, as well as being a supply chain and transport and logistics expert. And in that process, over the last 20 years, we've delivered quite a few innovative processes, also based on standards that have facilitated collaboration on, let's say, European and even now global scales with large corporations. So with that short additional intro, I would like to state that today in this panel, we would like to be as interactive as possible. So I would very much like to encourage all of you to connect to this NEXUS network and then also connect to the Slido, because there will be a Q&A channel that's open. And in a minute, I will tell you the kinds of things that I would like for you to do in that. But there will also be a poll open, and that poll will be open for the duration of this session. So the session is called Challenges. Industry challenges. So the poll is for you to provide us in the panel, but also afterwards for the project, what you think are challenges as well as opportunities. So anything that comes to mind during the entire session, feel free to add that to that poll as suggestions or things that we may think of or even discuss when we get to the Q&A later on. And again, the Q&A, we hope that you will be submitting questions as we go along. And then towards the end, as a panel, we will try and respond to your questions. We will be very much focused to the extent that we can, and we've had a preparatory meeting with the people here, to translate the, let's say, more generic high-level challenges that are usually the topic of conferences and events, to try and translate them to slightly more practical challenges that may be something that the startups in the room or the startups in D2XCEL or beyond may actually be able to take towards their product development and then turn that into practical solutions that we can as a community all use, hopefully to establish much more collaboration, and in doing so, improve the performance of transport and logistics, and by extension, the entire supply chain where stuff moves from a seller to a buyer across multiple modes, and not just the maritime modes, not just crossing ports, but crossing any mode of transport. So with that introduction, I would like to, give you a little bit of time to connect to the network. And in the meantime, I will also briefly mention we have Sin Yi Lo from MPA or Singapore. And I hope I've pronounced that more or less correctly. Ton Houtekiet, that's a name I can actually pronounce as a Dutch person. And then we have Flavio Vieira da Silva, and I hope I have not butchered that too much, so welcome. So Ton is from Port of Antwerp-Bruges. His title on the agenda is very long and very impressive, so maybe Ton can explain it a little bit for all of us in a minute. And then Flavio is from the Portos Rio Port Authority, and I know he's got a nice video explaining things for us in a minute as well. So I think I've done the introductions quite a bit so far. And actually the way that we are going to have short presentations, about 7-8 minutes each, if that's okay with you guys. I gave you less when we started, but the tendency is that people use more time than you give them in the preparations. So we should work out fine. First we have Sinyi, then we have Flavio, and then Tom, you have the honor of closing the 3 presentations. And after that, I hope we've all been taking notes about the challenges, and then I will be, as a very practical and implementation person myself, I will be drilling down to get to the level of practicality that is feasible in a session like this one. So this is a bit of a promise, and for them maybe also a bit of a challenge. So with that, Sinyi, if you would like to take the floor, there is a clicker here somewhere as well. You have it already?
I don't have it yet.
It's over here. This is it? Okay. You should be able to use this.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Xin Yi from Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, or MPA in short. I'm actually based in Brussels, so not too far away. And thank you very much for the invitation again. I was here last year, and I truly experienced the hospitality of the Portuguese. So a little bit of background about MPA. We are the national agency championing maritime in Singapore, meaning we built the port. 30 years ago, we used to operate the port, but today is operated by PSA as well as Jurong Port. Now we are a regulator of port activities and port waters in Singapore. And the middle pillar where you say International Maritime Center, that's where I spent the past 16 years of my life in MPA, looking at developing and growing the ecosystem, be it from attracting foreign companies to Singapore or growing local champions. And the third pillar would be representing the Singapore interest at regional or international fora like IMO, IALA, and etc., and IHO, for example. A little bit about the state of play of things in Singapore. We are one of the busiest ports in the world, handling more than 41 million TEUs last year. We think the number will grow this year based on the statistics so far. And bunkering is also is one of our key sector, where last year we bunkered 55 million tons across conventional, biofuels, LNG, and even methanol and ammonia. I'll share more later. And we are the top 4. We have been the top, the 5th largest ship registry for the longest time. And then last month we have overtaken one other country to become the 4th largest. And this is a little bit of a geopol at play. So you can see that geopol is also affecting maritime trade and supply chain very much. When I was asked to share about the challenges we face, I'll say our climate ambitions of reaching net zero by 2050 is definitely that goalpost that we have set, and of which we need a lot of innovations and a lot of help locally and globally. So locally, our national target is to reach net zero by 2050. And globally, you know that maritime emissions is under IMO, and in 2023, the IMO adopted the revised strategy to reach net zero by 2050 with a few goalposts along the way. But the question would be what we see at IMO extraordinary session last month, 2 months ago, whether how do we get there, the net zero framework. Yeah. So as we are handling 41 million TEUs today, our plan is actually to reach 65 million TEUs by capacity by 2040s. This means that as we are growing our port, we need to reach net zero emissions. So it's a huge challenge for us. And a large part of our maritime domestic emissions is from PSA and Jurong Port. So we have been actively looking at electrifying the various vehicles, the cranes, yacht cranes, quay cranes, AGVs, and also putting solar panels along our roof and wherever possible. But you know that despite the amount of sun we have in Singapore, the amount of solar panels will only generate 5% of our domestic use. So solar is really, we've exhausted as much as we can. And we are also looking at doing things more effectively, more efficiently, higher productivity on the digitalization side of things. So Digital Port is one initiative which we started a couple of years ago, streamlining various forms, 16 different statutory forms into one application. And this is across the health side, the port clearance side, immigration side, to give a better experience for port users and also to increase productivity. A more newer initiative would be this year, we have been digitalizing our bunkering process. So we are one of the first to use mass flow meters since 2017. And then from April this year, we have mandated the use of electronic bunker delivery note, as well as digitalizing the whole process, using of iPads and phone instead of papers throwing across the bunker barges, for example. So we've seen an improvement in efficiency, productivity, as well as an increase in transparency, because this is a large amount of capital going around for bunkers. Another source of domestic emission would be hovercrafts. So we have 1,600 hovercrafts in Singapore's water running 24/7. And there are various different types: passenger crafts, lighters, bunker barges, ship supplies boats, etc., and tugboats, very importantly. So all of which has different operating profile. So from the government angle, we have a policy that from 2030 onwards, all new hovercrafts has to be either fully electric, B100 fuels, biofuels, or using of a net zero fuels like methanol or hydrogen fuel cell. So we leave it open for the industry to innovate what sort of fuel type or technologies would help in the different operating profiles. So we definitely welcome if anyone has good ideas to share with us to help us tackle this problem. On the ocean going side, it's not so clear cut. And I was just having a discussion last night at a networking dinner on what type of fuel. Is it methanol? It died down and then now it's up again, etc. So we can't be a chooser despite being such a small country, because we serve a very diverse international group of shipping companies. And even within the container shipping lines, they have different strategies. So we can't be chooser. What we need to be is a multi-fuel port. So ammonia is something we started since 2022. We put out a market signal, I'll say, that we demand aggregate the amount needed for power generation domestically as well as maritime use, with an estimated 100,000 tons from 2028 onwards. This is with some feedback from shipping companies that have already ordered ammonia-fueled vessels. So it's a clever guess of sort. And we have put out that market signal for the industry to come together. And just in November this year, we announced the consortium that would be led by Keppel Infrastructure, a Singapore company, but with an international group. So Sumitomo, a Japanese commodity trader, as well as a bunker player, and Avario, a Dutch storage terminal, to look at end-to-end supply chain for ammonia in Singapore. And to familiarize ourselves and industry, as well as the port workers, on ammonia as a fuel that's highly dangerous, we have conducted 2 sets of bunker trials in 2024 on a Fortescue Green Pioneer. And I believe the vessel has been sailing around Europe, London during IMO meetings, Antwerp, and so on. Methanol is another one that we have also made new announcements. We've announced that 3 licensees will be awarded the commercial license from January onwards. And to prepare ourselves for it, we have come up with a standards TR139 for safe use of methanol, and also conducted various trials with industry players, with the first being Laura Mus, the 2000 TEU first methanol-fueled vessel. And more recently, just last month, in fact, few days ago, using standards-based mass flow meter bunkering. LNG and biofuels are more ready today. So LNG, there are already 2 players in Singapore, but we see a huge demand growth for it. And we have since opened up the market for more players to come in, also bring in bio and E variants, which will help in reducing the emissions. Biofuels has been growing. Last year, we hit about 1 million for the whole year, but this year, within first 3 quarters, it's more than 1 million tons. So we have started seeing people doing B100 biofuels, 14,000 tons last year. So we've been looking at this, B50, B100, and also ahead of IMO to launch a bunker tankers to allow B30 blends. the slide runs a little bit, but I wanted to share like my last part of the presentation on Smart Port Challenge. So this is a pitch to all the startups and scale-ups in the room that every year we have a Smart Port Challenge, putting out challenge opportunities, about 15 to 20 of it, across green technologies, next generation ports, smart shipping, and a cross-cutting digitalization horizontal, to ask for global startups and scale-ups to respond to these innovation challenges. And these are backed, each one of it is either backed by MPA as an eventual port user or the industry in Singapore, of whom are very international, so the solution could actually be deployed globally. Just to give a sense of the type of solutions, the type of innovation opportunities, these are some of it with recycling ship waste, and even hull cleaning, robotic hull cleaning, biofuel management, biofouling management, which is quite important these days because ships need to be cleanly cleaned before they go to Australia. And smart shipping, ensuring safe navigation and more productive navigation on board ships as well. And the horizontal of digitalization across cybersecurity, de-risking onboard inspections, etc. So this is a sense of what is this year, but it has closed. So next year, it will be another set of challenge opportunities, and you will see that every year it evolves. Few years back, it's a lot on decarbonization, but I think we have solved together, we have solved part of the equation. So now we've moved on to other things. And in terms of the past, since 2018 that we started Smart Port Challenge, we have we have more than 140 startups in this program. But every year we receive 300 plus applications, of which we choose top 20. And to give a sense of the timeline to the startups and scale-ups in the room, the process starts in May, where we put out the challenge opportunities. And then sometime in July, August, we'll shortlist the top 20 or so. And then you go through a 10-week program to accelerate and understand the challenge statements with the corporates, of which you spend 2 weeks at least in Singapore, because I know a lot of people will be like, oh, I can't spend that long a time in Singapore. And then after which the finals results will be out in mid-November. What I get as feedback from the startups and scale up is that it's not so much of the prize, the competition, it's actually that opportunity to get that letter of intent to do a pilot with the corporates. So I'll end off here, and thank you so much for the introduction and the invitation again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sin Lee. So now I want to give the floor to Flavio. And if you, you don't need the clicker? No. You don't need the clicker, but we need to start the video.
The sound.
We can restart it if needs be. Well, fortunately, we have subtitles, but I'm probably, yeah, it would probably be more impressive with the sounds.
The sound is not possible?
Just a minute.
Okay.
We are trying to fix it.
So Flavio, maybe a few.
Maybe I can put myself on. What do you think about?
Or maybe you can say a few things about yourself and then we run the video whilst we wait. Is that okay, Flavio? Feel comfortable saying a few words about yourself?
Bom dia, good morning. Sorry, but I will speak in Portuguese because in English I could not tell you about my challenges and in Port of Rio de Janeiro. Eu sou Flávio Vieira da Silva, sou advogado, estou hoje diretor-presidente da Portos Rio. A gente vai ver, eu tenho certeza que a gente vai assistir o vídeo com som daqui a pouquinho, mas a Portos Rio é formada por 5 portos. O Porto do Rio de Janeiro, o Porto de Niterói, o Porto de Itaguaí, o Porto de Angra dos Reis e o Porto de Arraial do Cabo. E os portos do Rio de Janeiro são responsáveis por grande parte, ou por boa parte, da arrecadação do país, da arrecadação do Brasil. Pelos portos do Rio de Janeiro, passam 97% de todo o minério que é exportado pelo Brasil para o mundo. Então, 95% passa no porto de Itaguaí e 2% pelo porto do Rio de Janeiro. Então, do total de minério exportado pelo Brasil, 97% vem do Rio de Janeiro, sai do Rio de Janeiro. E eu queria dizer que o que nós estamos fazendo aqui hoje é muito importante para mim como gestor, é muito importante para todas as autoridades portuárias que estão aqui presentes também. Essa troca de conhecimentos nos enriquece. É como se estivéssemos jogando... Eu não sei se vocês conhecem o frescobol, vocês conhecem esse esporte? O frescobol que joga na praia, que joga a raquete, ficam jogando raquete para lá, raquete para cá, jogando a bola um para o outro. Então, nós estamos jogando frescobol, porque no frescobol o objetivo é manter a bola no ar. A bola tem que ficar no alto. Então, nós nos ajudamos, nós cooperamos um com o outro para que o objetivo seja alcançado. Diferentemente, no tênis, a gente quer que o adversário perca e a gente fica feliz com o erro do adversário. Nós não estamos jogando tênis aqui nesse evento. Nós estamos jogando frescobol. Nós estamos nos ajudando. Nós estamos nos conectando. Nós estamos fazendo esforço para que a bola fique no alto. Nós estamos fazendo esforço para que alcancemos os nossos objetivos. E os portos do Rio de Janeiro, eu estou aqui como representante dos portos do Rio de Janeiro para que tenha de vocês, possa conseguir de vocês ajuda para que os meus desafios sejam superados. Um dos desafios que temos lá nos portos do Rio de Janeiro, nessas poucas horas, desde que cheguei ontem até aqui, nessas poucas horas que já convivemos, eu já entendi que um dos meus desafios, aqui há muitas soluções para um dos meus desafios. Por exemplo, eu não tenho a digitalização do meu porto completa, dos meus portos. Os portos do Rio de Janeiro não se conectam. Os sistemas que lá existem não se conectam. Cada porto tem um sistema diferente. Nós não falamos a mesma língua. Eu estou no porto do Rio de Janeiro há somente 4 meses. E esse é um desafio que eu terei e tenho como objetivo de superá-lo. Os portos do Rio de Janeiro, depois que eu sair de lá, eles têm que estar conectados. A gente tem que estar... Esse desafio precisa estar superado. Um outro desafio que temos no Porto do Rio de Janeiro, nos portos do Rio de Janeiro, é o problema de segurança pública. Mas é um problema que o Estado do Rio de Janeiro precisa solucionar. Há alguns desencontros em relação a políticas de segurança pública no Rio de Janeiro. Isso impacta diretamente a movimentação de carga nos portos do Rio de Janeiro, principalmente no Porto do Rio de Janeiro. O Porto de Itaguaí é um porto mais afastado do grande centro, ele é um porto mais isolado. Então, nesse Porto de Itaguaí, nós não temos grandes problemas com segurança pública, com, por exemplo, roubo de carga. As pessoas saem do Porto do Rio de Janeiro com as suas cargas para levarem para as empresas ou para o destino, e no meio do caminho acontecem roubos, acontecem assaltos e as cargas são perdidas. Talvez seja uma realidade que vocês aqui na Europa, seja muito distante para vocês aqui da Europa. Talvez vocês não... Vocês nem imaginam que isso seja possível de acontecer. Mas lá na América do Sul, essa é uma realidade muito presente. e a gente precisa superar também esses desafios da segurança pública que o Estado do Rio de Janeiro tem a responsabilidade de superar. Como autoridade portuária, nós fazemos o possível para ajudar o Estado do Rio de Janeiro nessa missão. Nós contribuímos com sugestões, contribuímos com ideias para que o Estado do Rio de Janeiro consiga superar ou pelo menos minimizar esse problema da segurança pública. Mas esse é um grande desafio dos portos do Rio de Janeiro, principalmente o Porto do Rio de Janeiro. Conseguiremos passar o vídeo?
We're waiting for the confirmation. We hope it will work in a minute.
Não?
No liftoff? Okay, then I guess the best way to do this is Tom.
I think I have a good idea. Look. We have to synchronize it.
A little bit.
What do you think? Let's start.
From the beginning, let's see if it works. But for the moment, it looks like it's the best way. Okay, so let's restart from the beginning.
Let's restart.
Yeah. And then we'll all read what it says here. You go back to the beginning.
Oh.
So who is trying to figure out what's happening, because when we embed the movie on the entire presentation, the sound is not passing. Only if we pass the film alone. So I think that we should move with the panel, Jaco.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Rui will try to figure it out, and if we have the chance, we'll pass the video in the end of the panel, okay?
Okay, good. So Tom, then you're next. Here's the clicker. And Andrea will put it in the right place. So when you click, we should be seeing your slide.
My slides are without sound, so that's good.
Well, I hope you will be speaking to them.
Yeah, baby, while we wait, I can introduce myself. Because you were referring to that, I'm Tom Houtkiet. I'm one of the executive team members in the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. The name says itself, Port of Antwerp-Bruges, so we are a merged port since 5 years. I was the previous CEO of the Port of Bruges, so we made the deal 5 years ago. And now in the executive team, we reorganized also that after integration. My role is indeed a difficult title, is a Chief Business and Transition Officer. What does it mean? I'm responsible for whatever is growth in the port. So it means international relations, international contacts, but also whatever we do as investments in types of new companies, participations, it's innovation, and it's everything which is energy transition related. So that's what I do. I have a colleague, which is William, who is doing customer relations, and he's handling the day-to-day relationships and questions from all the customers on the platform itself. So that's where we make the difference. So to give you a brief overview of what we do and what we are, here you see a very nice picture of who we are. I do not know if it's a movie that they have sent. No? I know. Because I always do not know what they send to you. Who we are as a port. You see some brief figures. You can read it for yourself, but we are together with the port of Rotterdam and the inland port of Duisport, I think we are the three major ports which are the major in and out ways into the biggest industrial zone in Europe. And that's really how we have to think, because it's not because we are a specific port in a specific country. Everybody who's doing business in the world is really thinking in the region. And the region is Northwest Europe, the biggest industrial zone of Europe and one of the biggest in the world. And that's really how we have to approach also our cooperations between those three ports, and we do so. From ourselves, we are one of the, and that region is extremely important also because it's 50% of the buying power of Europe, it's 40% of the petrochemical cluster in Europe. So we are a huge petrochemical cluster. The difference between, or the connection between the three ports, Rotterdam, Antwerp, and Duisburg, is much more that Rotterdam is focusing on basic chemicals, where Antwerp is much more on the fine chemicals, and Duisburg, North Rhine-Westphalia, is much more on the plastics. So that's the connection between the three of them. We are also the largest car handling. Almost every brand of car which is coming and leaving Europe is passing one of our ports. You do see the figures, quite a busy port, 20,000 seagoing vessels, 60,000 barges. And of course, half of what we do is containerized business, 50% of what we do. I always say it's not about scale. The difficulty is not a scale. The difficulty of a port is the diversity. Because we are handling, and I come to the challenges later, but we are handling, of course, every port is a bit different. Our port is also a connected crossroad between the maritime business and logistic gateways, and also big industrial players with refineries, with BASF and all those players on the field. So how do you deal with that? 165,000 people are working, direct and indirect, related to that port. And for ourselves, we always looked at, in the past we had 3 different roles to play. Now we have 4 different roles. As every port in the world, we are a landlord port. We are also a regulator. We are also an operator, so we have our own tug fleets and tug companies. But we added to that also, we are a community builder. And community builder is the name we use to really go out of our comfort zone and to develop new types of activities and businesses where we do see that individual companies or other governmental organizations are not taking up the responsibility, and we take the overarching responsibility in the good of the industrial zone. So that's why we do participation and create new type of companies. Just a word on our governance system. We are not owned by nor the federal government nor the Flemish government, but we are owned by 2 cities. So we are a private company with a public shareholder. And that makes it a bit of more eagerness to grow and eagerness to business, more open to business, more open to new type of activities, more flexibility, which is good, of course, for my job. So we always say we are more than a port, and I try to go to the next slide in one or another way. Yeah, there we are. Every port in the world has a lot of challenges, but I think we can bring them down to 3 major challenges today. First of all, a new one. We have, of course, a very difficult geopolitical situation today. Mainly in Europe, we are in a situation that we have not been again in since the fall of the wall in 1989. And it means that we are not just seen as an economical hub, but as a critical infrastructure, but as also a future crucial actor in military transportation. And that brings it to a complete new field. We are challenged with new type of discussions, with new type of people. We have a lot of NATO people in our port. We have almost weekly, 2 weekly discussions also with our colleagues in Rotterdam of how do you look at this? How do we do this together? Because if something happens in Rotterdam, of course, we have to be backup and vice versa. So these challenges are really mutual for ourselves and very new, very difficult. We have been working on cybersecurity by far in the last years. We are quite good on that. But if you get the question, yeah, but what happens if you don't have any power and electricity anymore? It brings it to a complete new type of challenge and level, to make it very practical. A second challenge that we all have is how do we combine automation and digitization internally in your organization, but over in the full supply chain. Also there, it's on top of our things. I come later with some examples of what we do on that. And the last one is, of course, how do you combine transition, climate neutrality by 2050 with competitiveness in Europe? That's why we had, of course, the Antwerp Declaration. That's why we have the Clean Industrial Deal in Antwerp, and why we are pushing together also with Rotterdam and other ports, why we are pushing the European Commission to find that balance and to correct some of the measures they are putting on the table and the directions they are putting on the table, also that our industry in Europe is competitive with the rest of the world. Innovation has always, and pioneering has always been in the heart of what we do, because on the long run, what we try to strive, if I say we have those 4 roles, it's really, we want to be the port of the future, and that's a never-ending story, because you always want to move forward to become better, and we want also to not just be an energy hub, but really be a powerhouse. And a lot of innovations are in that field. We have done a lot. It's going from putting 400 smart cameras and radar systems and e-noses, and to bring them all together in one single platform, which we have, I think, the first one in the world, which we had a real digital twin, a real copy of whatever happens in the port, where every bridge, every tugboat, every windmill is connected all to the same system, where you can follow emissions from every vessel at every moment you want. And that's really also connected to your VTS system. So it's bringing safety, it's bringing security, but it's also bringing efficiency. And that we all bring together in the Antwerp ACC, what we call the Antwerp Coordination Center. So measuring, connecting, and efficiency. That's really what we do in that digital twin platform, which is not just an exercise we have done, but which is a tool we use every day. Next to that, we have done a lot on automation. We invested in the unmanned traffic for vessel systems, which were developed in our port area and which are now sailing on the Rhine area also, by a company which is called CFAR, where we also invested into that, changing regulation again. We have invested also we are heavily using drone systems in our port on a daily basis, not just as a proof of concept, but really in use. Where do we use drone system? Again, they are connected to that digital twin, so we measure via drones, but they are just used as a maintenance system. So every quay-wall is inspected by drones today, not by people who are going outside the room anymore. We developed also, one of the challenges was how will tugboats, and then I come to future fuels, how will tugboats operate? So we started, because that is 80% of our own emissions, our own tugboat fleet. And that's why we tried out every technology. So we had the first hydrogen-driven tugboat, a methanol-driven tugboat, an electric tugboat we have, and we evaluate these different systems. And I can tell you that most probably we will go in the future for the electrical one, because that gives the most positive results as we speak. And I think that are the most important ones. On digitization, we created also our own software company, where we have really went into solutions. The most tangible ones which I can share is a certified pickup system, where we rolled out on the same night, and you have to imagine what this means. On the same night we rolled out and we put into implementation on all the container terminals in Antwerp, a one and only standard system they had to use, all the truckers has to use for every container which go out of a terminal in Antwerp, which is a certified pickup system, which is in place for 2 years now. And we just created and we launched this year an inbound release platform, which we created also to streamline whatever is coming into Belgium via ports and airports on one single platform, which we have developed, in fact, for customs in Belgium. But that is also bringing efficiency, of course. Pioneering is in the heart of what we do, but it is easy said but difficult done. How do we create really a garden, a play garden for companies, startups to pioneer? We have some building blocks on that. You see some examples on the slide. Bluechem is a cluster which is created for sustainable chemistry. Bluegate is the same thing, but on focusing really on circularity. So all examples of circularity, and we have already very nice examples of that. I come back to that. The Beacon is more on digital tech. So all types of software solutions, software platforms, tools in digital tech world. And NextGen Demo are, in fact, then how can we create a play garden for TRL 4 to 6 in NextGen Demo and for 7 to 9 in NextGen? How do you create really a playground? How do you support an accelerator, an incubator for startups which are in the field and which are strengthening our strategy? And in some of them, we are investing as a company ourselves also to really that we can be an accelerator if we are a shareholder for some of those technologies. The last one is on energy transition. It does mean for everybody something else if you talk about energy transition. We are working about 4 different work streams. The first one is what is our role and how can we work on efficiency of energy consumption on the full platform, not on the individual companies, but how can we create water networks, heat networks, really to optimize the usage of and efficiency of the full energy consumption. The other one is how can we really focus on circularity. So we isolate a plot of 160 hectares, which is only for circularity, where we go from green methanol to plastic, from waste to plastic examples. And then we have 2 more. What does it mean that we have to be the import hub of future molecules for ourselves, for our own industry, for North Rhine-Westphalia, for bunkering fuels? What does that mean as an infrastructure? Volumes, where do they come from? How do we support those flows? How do we work on policy in Europe that it goes in the right direction? And the same challenge you have as for importation of molecules, you have for the exportation of CO2. How do we create a central hub of CO2? We created our own pipeline company, which will be the one and only company which will transport CO2 by pipelines all over Belgium to bring them to the port platform, liquefy them and bring them out of Belgium. So these are the big building blocks where we are working on, and if we talk about energy transition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Andrea, did we manage the sound issue? Okay, let's try one last time with the sound. If not, then we'll get into the discussions immediately, because I've noticed we are running out of time a little bit already.
No mar do desenvolvimento, é preciso firmeza no leme. Guiar é mais do que conduzir. É antecipar rotas, superar ondas e manter o rumo certo. Conectamos o estado do Rio de Janeiro ao mundo. Impulsionamos o presente e desenhamos um futuro mais competitivo, sustentável e integrado. Porto de Itaguaí. Além de gigante na exportação de minério de ferro, é uma plataforma logística estratégica, vocacionada a se tornar um grande complexo industrial portuário. Com estrutura robusta e calado profundo, Itaguaí está apto a receber os maiores navios de contêiner que operam na costa leste da América do Sul. Com novos arrendamentos e mais de 1,5 milhão de metros quadrados disponíveis, o porto está pronto para crescer ainda mais e atrair investimentos de alto impacto para o Brasil. O Porto do Rio de Janeiro bate recordes. É um porto multipropósito, com excelência em diferentes tipos de carga: granel sólido, granel líquido, carga geral, apoio offshore e contêineres. além de abrigar um dos melhores terminais de cruzeiro do país. Com investimentos estruturais e operacionais, o Porto do Rio já está homologado para receber navios de até 366 metros de comprimento. Iniciamos também a operação com o calado dinâmico, tornando o Porto do Rio ainda mais seguro e competitivo no cenário internacional. No Porto de Niterói, somos essenciais para a indústria naval e de petróleo. Com estrutura dedicada a reparos complexos, mantemos a cadeia offshore funcionando com eficiência. No nosso porto em Angra dos Reis, unimos logística e turismo. Com infraestrutura estratégica, somos ponto de apoio para cargas gerais, operações offshore e atividades econômicas diversificadas da região. Um porto versátil, preparado para atender demandas logísticas com eficiência e impulsionar o desenvolvimento local. E no Porto do Forno, estamos em busca de reativação das operações e resgate do protagonismo logístico de uma região com enorme potencial. Tudo isso com inovação, segurança e investimentos sólidos. Só em 2024, mais de 360 milhões de reais foram aplicados em infraestrutura, dragagem, tecnologia e sustentabilidade. 5 portos, uma só direção. Portos Rio, Autoridade Portuária.
Esses são os portos do Rio de Janeiro. Temos muitos desafios, certeza que sim.
Superar ondas e manter o rumo certo.
Temos muitos desafios, certeza que sim, mas estamos ultrapassando todos eles. Temos certeza que aqui daremos mais alguns passos para continuar ultrapassando os desafios que temos lá no Rio de Janeiro. E o Rio de Janeiro é uma cidade linda, 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 linda. Vocês precisam, quem ainda não foi no Rio de Janeiro, se tiver um tempinho, vá ao Rio de Janeiro. Vá conhecer o Rio de Janeiro. O Rio de Janeiro é lindo. Rio de Janeiro is beautiful. It's the most beautiful city in the world. Believe me.
Okay,
Believe
that's
me.
good closing words for the video. In the interest of getting a bit more interaction than we have been able to, I'm just going to ask maybe a bit of a challenging question to both Sinyi and Tom. It seems like both of you are, on the one hand, let's say, developing collaborations with startups such as those that we may have in the room. But at the same time, I've heard at least from Tom that you're also or it seemed like the Port of Antwerp-Bruges is also developing its own system, which is not necessarily counterproductive to collaboration. But I'm really interested to learn how you balance this maybe potential impression of competition by the port, and at the same time, you want to create the impression of deep, close collaboration. And I get the feeling that there is a similar kind of balance to be struck in Port of Singapore. So I would like to start with Tom, who's been the most, let's say, explicit about these things, and tell us how that would work, not just in Port of Antwerp, but potentially across ports.
It's a very good question. In fact, it's a very good question because it is a challenge and it is a discussion. We had that discussion I had that discussion with our board, and I think what we came to the conclusion that if we create companies and if we create solutions, for sure, if they are used in our main ports, being Antwerp-Bruges, because we are also active in other ports in the world, then it should always serve a overarching problem which we do see is not taken up or solvable by an individual company, or the solutions which are on the market are competing with each other, and the companies who are looking for the solutions are not agreeing which type of solution they want to go for. In other words, they look at us to steer the direction we want to go with a certain solution. I give you if we create a solution for customer release, it's because the different parties did not find a way how to do that. And that's why we have created our company and created a tool, of course, together with the community and the platforms involved. But that's why we do that. We will never go and I will never be allowed to go into a specific solution which is competing with other solutions which are on the market, and where the playground of companies, the users, will tell we are also okay with the solutions which are on the market, if there is an agreement. So it's really solving an overarching problem where we do see that the market is not able to solve it by themselves. That's I think, the major thing. If we invest in startups, not that we create solutions, but if we invest in startups or we invest in companies, it's never from a pure financial point of view. It should never be. It should strengthen our strategy. And then we always need to have a very good explanation why we are the one and only crucial investor for that company to be the accelerator of that technology. If it's financial, if a financial company can solve it, we will stay away. If it's our brand or network or know-how, which will make the difference, then we are evaluating it.
So, quick follow-up question. Let's call it this system that you've created that sits across all of the terminals, where, as I think you told me, all let's say traffic to and from, for instance, the roads, etc. That system, where would that, in your view, sit in that division?
You have to know why we have created that system, because in fact, this system, we were pushy for that system to be implemented fast, because I don't say it's, but it reduces heavily drug traffic. Heavily. Yeah. Which is an issue for us as a port, a heavy issue for us as a port, much lesser a problem for one individual company. Yeah, it's us, we have an issue. Yeah? So if the individual companies do have the time not to go fast, because they all have their reason, all look at a different solution, not agreeing which type of solution they want to implement, it's contradictory with what we should do.
Okay, well, that's very clear now. And Sinyi, if you can respond as well. And I hope we have a little bit of, let's say, buffer at the end for questions from the audience. We have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, Jakob. I'll start with two key principles. The first being, we may not always be the best at what we are doing. We have to recognize that. There's always people better out there that we don't know, for example. And second question, why should the government come in to operate or to build certain things? Is there a market failure? If not, why do we want to do it? Because you're taking up the pie that the industry could actually be doing and generating more head count of employment, more GDP for the country. So that is the two key principles to determine why we would build certain systems in-house versus outsource. And I would say, I think Tom mentioned a little bit about the system looking at vessel navigation safety and all. I assume that would be the vessel traffic management system. So in Singapore, it's something that MPA operates, but with industry technology. And I think there's at least three big companies like Wärtsilä, Tidalis, and one more in Kongsberg, for example. So this would be systems, and every time we want to upgrade our systems, we have to open it to public tender, and then we'll set up our requirements, looking far ahead, decades ahead, and then we select the best that's most suitable for us. Yeah.
But you would still be the primary, let's say, neutral operator that would be acceptable for all of the parties in the ports to work with and being recognized as the neutral, non-competitive operator of that kind of a system.
Yes, for our public sector use will definitely be the one that's actually the neutral one. But if it's for industry news that require more variation, we could be that interoperable platform that sets our certain standards, and then the industry can come in with different type of solutions that the wider industry needs, because everyone needs different ones. And we don't want a single point of failure as well. So we want various. So even if it's methanol, we have a few suppliers. LNG, we have a few suppliers. Yeah.
Okay, clear. I cannot really see what's in the Q&A. I needed to, oh, it's actually here. Now I can see. So this is a very quick look at the things. Open data collaboration. Well, we have talked about digitalization. I think it's a very important topic because all of the ports, I mean, Claudio mentioned we're creating this digital twin. Port of Antwerp has created a digital twin. Port of Singapore hasn't mentioned whether or not they've created one, but I'm pretty sure they are on their path towards one. So the key thing there is, how does this sea or even ocean of data that's being collected, how do you make sense of it? Because there is very few standards for the data that is measured. And then once the data is available, and I know in the NEXUS agenda, we have this idea of making the data sets available. I saw it in the silo just now as well. So is there the intent then from the ports to somehow make that data available for the community?
For sure, not from our side. It has been a clear definition that we will not do. And you have sufficient technologies available already today that you can be sure that the data is only used, of a specific part of the data is only used for the next one who needs to use that specific information. So with locks and signatures, you can make that possible. So for us, it's really it's closed data. Yeah.
Okay, and Port of Singapore?
For Singapore, we have a maritime data hub with a suite of different data sets that's open for the industry to use. The aim of it is to catalyze innovation for the startups to use this set of data. And if you need even more real-time data, you could actually get in touch with MPA that we probably will charge you on a cost basis. So that is to accelerate innovation within port. We also do port-to-port data collaboration. For example, Rotterdam and Singapore, we have a digital corridor to help look at port call optimization, aligning the data sets for admin data, operational data, nautical data. It sounds simple, but I'm not a technical person, but for all the sessions that I go in, and Jaco is the technical expert here, it seems so difficult. Yeah, so that is something we do port to port as well. Not just with Rotterdam, but with a lot of European ports.
Good. And now I want to go to the Q&A. Okay. Yeah. Do you think hydrogen is a real and possible solution for the near future to help in decarbonization goals? I think it's a very good question. It's a question that I think the next panel is going to be responding in far more detail on. But I would definitely like to ask at least Port of Antwerp, who's been very vocal about this topic, and then also you, Cindy, with a huge mix of fuels that you are sort of covering. What's your short response?
The next question is linked to that.
Just take the ones that you couldn't take together if you want.
I started telling that I'm the chairman of the Belgian Hydrogen Council, and I'm also member of the European Hydrogen Board. So just to make that already clear. I'm a big believer of hydrogen. I'm not naive. I think we should engage all technologies. So first of all, electrify where possible, for sure. For sure, electrification where possible is the number one, where it should be everywhere on everybody's desk. But then, one of the questions was grid connection. You directly come to the problem, because grid connectivity Stability of grids is an issue and will only become a bigger issue in the decades to come, grid connectivity. So you need to look at other solutions. One of them for specific industries, maritime for sure, is of course hydrogen or its derivatives as a fuel. So there will be a market for that. If you look at European regulation, Red III Transport is specifying also for refinery routes the use of hydrogen in the industry for transportation fuels. Maritime fuel will be there. So yes, we are preparing ourselves to much more effective numbers than we thought in the beginning 3-4 years ago. Let's not talk about the big numbers anymore, but really to the tangible figures. And yes, we will import in the big ports in Europe. We will import or from here or from other regions in the world, import important volumes of ammonia for ourselves and for German market. Are the big operators preparing themselves in that way? Yes, they are. You do see, first of all, LNG is rising extremely fast, extremely fast. We do see it in every bunker volume in every big port. The next one is clearly methanol. We have done all tests on methanol. We have done all bunkering operations on methanol, and we are all preparing in the 12 months to come to do ammonia testing. So yes, it will happen, but of course at a much slower speed than we will have. And next to that, you see an acceleration, and that's for the industry, not for the maritime business, but an acceleration everywhere, for sure in Europe, on carbon capturing, CCS, for the big industries, cement, steel, those type of industries.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, I will answer a few related questions. So a question on hydrogen's future and how bigger ship owners are reacting with this multiple types of bunkers. And the earlier question about geopolitics and flexibility and fleet deployment, I will assume. I will cite this story. Before Xi and Trump meets, in October, if I remember correctly. So one leading European liner asked me, you know, I've built some methanol ships, 13,000 to 15,000 TEUs. These are built in China. It's meant for deployment to US, but we are not sure whether we can do that. So we are looking at deploying it from Singapore to Rotterdam. And I'm like, interesting, because usually the fleet size is 24,000 between East and West. And they asked me, do you have methanol in Singapore of a certain carbon intensity? What is the price range? How much do you have? It's so advanced, it's so nascent, right? We are like, okay, I can tell you, we are evaluating who will be the awarded, but it has serious implications for our port in terms of container deployment, etc. The number of vessel calls, the number of bunkering exercises, etc. But after that, I'm like, so are you still deploying your methanol, or are you deploying your LNG 24,000 TEU? So this is very real operational considerations that they're doing planning, and it seems like they're doing it more frequently because of geopolitics. And that means the port and our bunker suppliers has to be able to come in with the right type of bunkers, carbon intensity, and the volume. So that is the impact to us. Is it fire drill?
I was also wondering what that alarm was. It's not loud enough to be a fire drill, but something's going on.
I'll carry on. And then for the big ship owners, what I observe from the European container liners are that they are going upstream in their business. So they've used to gone upstream with a vertical integration into terminal operations, but now they are going upstream into being fuel suppliers. So I think we see Maersk doing that, CMA is doing that, Hapag-Lloyd and MSC, I'm not too sure. Yeah, but at least that two big conglomerates are doing that. Some on Europe side, and I think some on the China side. So this is their way of dealing with it. And who knows, maybe it could be an additional revenue stream for them. And some new rumors I hear, or terms that I hear is green hushing, that we see some of these big companies are green hushers because they've invested a lot. And they were very hopeful that the IMO net zero framework will go through, because this means that they are differentiating themselves to be another leg that they could actually even earn from the middle to smaller size companies.
Okay, it sounds like for pretty much all the fuels there is a good future, other than the fossil ones?
Yeah, I forgot to mention about hydrogen. So in Singapore, hydrogen is not so much of a fuel for us. We believe in electrification. What we see is more for ammonia, for ocean going. Maybe short sea, port waters, hydrogen, but so far we see electrification as the preferred choice. But we are not opposed to it, we are open.
Well, since it was mentioned that there is a lot of, let's say, port equipment, both floating and onshore, for those kind of, let's call them vehicles, is there a, let's say, clear potential winner, or do you guys feel that there may be, again, a bit of a mix going on there?
Electrification where you can, I'm convinced. You have to electrify whatever you can. It's the cheapest way to go to sustainable and CO2 neutral operations. But of course, some of the vessels are not possible. Small vessels you can, big vessels you can't. Aviation you can't. So,
well, I was talking about the ports and specifically here. Yeah. Okay. There is a very, let's say, a prickly question, I guess, at the bottom of this screen. And I am going to ask it because as a standardization person, this is definitely also close to my heart. So there's a lot of, let's say, startups out there. A lot of them start kind of locally, and I guess that is one of the reasons also why the ports are in a position to scout locally and not necessarily have to go internationally. But by the same token, both of the ports have said, well, we actually don't really want to be purely locally focused unless it's really critical for our own ports. So the next logical question would be, if you identify the potential of such a startup to solve a problem that is far more generic, how do you actually then go about making sure that they get a much larger exposure than currently is the case? Do you actually go out to other ports, or do you rely on Willem and D2XCEL, or do you have a strategy, if you have found a good one, to help them scale up?
I agree with the point that all of us are looking at local technologies and understand how we can scale up from our side those local technologies. That's how I think that happened in Singapore, Rotterdam, Antwerp. There exists also already a lot of cooperation in this field over ports, over bigger ports for sure. If I do see the way we talk, for instance, with Rotterdam on if they have investment in a certain company, if it would be a good idea that we do the same to bring, I'll just give one example. ZES is zero emission solutions for battery transport, battery-based transport for barges, a company where Rotterdam is a shareholder, where we are evaluating if we will step in or not, just to scale it up. So this type of exercises exist on European level. You have programs like Pioneers, which is collaborating on port levels, between different port levels, really on startup and scale-up technologies. So that are good examples. But I do agree that if we talk, we all have our own innovation fund, I think, that this could be, for sure, be improved with certain ports to team up and to not only on scale, but also on performance and the way how you do this.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep.
And final words from you, Cindy, and then I'm going to wrap up.
Okay, definitely collaboration across ports and accelerators. I'll give a few examples. So Smart Port Challenge is our exercise where we put out challenge statements that are relevant for Singapore. We actually share that with various interlocutors globally. So Beacon is one, BRIC is there. I hope to partner with you in future. And for Rotterdam, we work with PortXL, Platform Zero, to help us spread the word. And that would benefit us, but it also benefit the startups and scale-ups in their network because they want more problem statement, they want more corporates to be on board, and this could come from the Asia side. For Germany, we have a collaboration with Digital Hub Logistics and Commerce, where we have an exchange. So each year, you can have 2 startups from each side having a space in Singapore or Hamburg as their base to start their marketing and activities in each other's market. So that is collaborations of how we actually help startups expand geographically and expand their suite of operations.
Okay, well, that sounds encouraging, at least from both of you. So, yeah, let me just stand up and wrap up. First of all, thanking my panelists for their inputs and insights. I hope I've challenged them at least a little bit with some unexpected questions. So thank you all for listening in for the last, well, 2 hours, I guess, by now, almost. So I guess there will be a break after this. With that, I hope you have enjoyed it, and I hope you will also enjoy whatever the drinks and or treats are during the break. What time do they need to be back, Anarita?
Yes, we will try to be back at 11:30.
11:30.
15 minutes, well, 11:30, 11:35, more or less.
Okay, good.
Okay?
Thank you all.
Thank you. started, and you can see them down these stairs on your left-hand side. There is the agenda in front of the door, and you can choose which parallel session you want to go to, or stay with us here for the second panel focused on sustainable port infrastructures. And we get back to Willem again as moderator of this panel. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Anna-Rita, for this introduction. And you see here basically the great panel that we have. They are sitting here in front because they first will listen to a couple of presentations before we get them on stage and have an interactive discussion on the topic that we have here, which is the sustainable port infrastructure. So what we are doing in this session, I will do a quick overview of the topic. Then we have a very interesting presentation from an academic from the NEXUS program. And then we have a couple of pitches from startups that are relevant to this topic, and then we go into the panel discussion. So let me talk a little bit about setting the scene a bit. We have heard already a lot about it this morning, so I will go pretty quickly through it. But it also is a reflection on the pre-discussion we had with several of the panel members on the topic of sustainable port infrastructure. First of all, sustainability means different things to different people. So this one slide shows a little bit the scope of it. Of course, it's the environmental point, the greenhouse gases, the pollution, the noise that ports can make and we want to reduce. But it's also the social aspect of sustainability, the employment, the health and safety of the workers in the ports is also a very important point. And some of the digital startups are having very interesting solutions for that as well. And of course, it's all about resilience. And we talked already about it this morning with the geopolitical challenges that we face. There are a lot of new challenges coming towards us. The resilience, how do we get access to energy that we need in the ports, the climate resilience, what does it mean for our ports that the sea level is rising, that we have more storms, how to make sure that we have a future workforce because of the aging of populations in many countries. And last but not of course, least, the security. There will be a separate session about it tomorrow morning about cybersecurity, but that's also a very important point. So if we talk about securing the future prosperity of our ports, we have to take all those things into account. The scope of this session specifically is about the port itself, but of course we talk about the sea side and the land side. The sea side, the ocean transport, not so much here, but tugboats, and we heard already about that also from the port of Antwerp. What is happening with tugboats, very important point, the ship fueling, the shore power, but of course the offshore wind power is also an important point. Ports are a major supporter of the infrastructure building for the offshore wind, and the offshore wind can help us with the energy problem in the ports. We have, of course, the loading and unloading aspect, the storage, the energy storage, which is a new kind of storage that is coming, very important, especially for the onshore power solutions for the shipping. And in a lot of ports, there is a big city in itself. So we also have to think about how those cities can become more smarter and integrated. On the land side, and also we talk a lot, of course, about multimodal transport. We have to think about doing this smarter and better in the future. There's a lot of industry in most of the ports and increasing, also chemical industry. And that moves also to the possibilities of waste recycling and those kind of topics. And last but not least, on the land side, of course, we have the land transport, but also the pipelines, which are very important to connect the port to the hinterland. The wind and the solar power that is coming from the hinterland, basically around the port or on the port itself. And of course, one of the topics that we also will touch upon is the hydrogen production that is happening at or around the port. So what we heard already this morning in several presentations, ports are already expanding very substantially from a transport and logistics organization and hub to an industry hub, an energy hub, and a circularity hub. And that is, I think, one of the key topics for our panel here. How does that work? What challenges do we see? And how can we address them? There are some major challenges in that, and especially when we talk about decarbonizing the ports. The general one, and we talked about it in the previous session a little bit, is how to adopt innovation, how to find relevant innovations from startups, and how to apply them in the port infrastructure. So how to manage the transformation process, how to adopt new technologies that are not that proven yet, maybe new processes in the port handling, etc., etc. So how to adopt innovation is one of the challenges, of course, from an organizational perspective. Secondly, or the biggest one that most people first refer to, is the cost. Everything costs money. Infrastructure upgrading can be very expensive. It's a long-term investment of the ports, so you have to make the right choices, the right energy mixes, etc., etc. Refurbishing, as I said, the plane in flight, the port operation has to continue. You can't stop it to change everything and then restart it again afterwards. So it is basically changing a running horse, so to say. And of course, in a lot of cases, when you have experimental new technologies, not at scale yet, then there might be higher operational costs in the beginning. How to justify that to the organization, how to justify that potentially to your customers. The third big pillar is renewable energy. And the main problem that we will also talk about a bit more is the grid congestion. If you need to electrify the tugboats, but also the onshore power construction for all your boats, and also the equipment on the port itself, you need a lot of energy, a lot more than currently. The grid in most countries is not capable of doing that currently, so how to deal with that? That's one of the biggest problems I think that we hear. Of course, it has to be available 24/7. So that means also that we have to look at what can we do behind the grid, what can we do at the port itself in terms of energy production to make sure that we are less demanding on the grid infrastructure. And last but not least, a lot of topics that I try to stay away from because I'm not knowledgeable about that at all, is the regulatory requirements, the complexity of it, the moving target. A lot of things are changing permanently. And of course, you have a lot of regional differences. Every port, every country has its own regulations to cope with, and that makes life complicated. Last but not least, at the bottom, and I think that's why we are also here, and that's what the NEXUS program is also about, is collaboration between the stakeholders. That's also one of the key things for the D2XCEL program, working together with all the stakeholders that have a stake in this, the port, the customers of the port, the startups, the investors. Everybody has to work together to make things happen. The challenge is, of course, that there are a lot of ambitious targets around. There are a lot of ideas about ports as decarbonization hub. There's a lot of investment that people talk about. This ESPO study I saw from 2024 that says that Europe and Norway are having an investment pipeline of 80 billion for the next 10 years, and that excludes the terminal operators and the energy companies, etc. So we are talking about a lot of money, a lot of capital to be invested, and of course you have to make the right choices, and that's always the challenge. Last point, basically about the key levers for sustainable transformation of ports on the seaside. And I think one of the things that we all know, but we don't talk about it maybe enough, is the queuing optimization, which probably can bring the best results, the fastest results in terms of CO2 reduction. But it's also a challenging topic, of course. Decarbonizing tugboats, we already mentioned, or alternative fuels for tugboats. And we can look at Antwerp, that has all of them already in testing. The port operations itself, where shore power is, of course, one of the key things to work on. Decarbonizing the port equipment, but also the buildings and the infrastructure itself can also be decarbonized. Buildings are one of the biggest polluters, so to say, from a carbon perspective that you can imagine. The port is an energy hub. That's a new role, an increasing role of the port. What to do about alternative fuels in terms of storage distribution. We heard about that also already this morning, but also renewable energy generation and storage, power storage. And we will talk about that in this panel as well. Last but not least, port is an industrial hub. Recycling is a big topic, increasing, and ports can play a big role in that context because it's a logical transport hub, but there's also the energy, there's the chemical industry already, etc. Using alternative fuels and feedstocks, but also linking to the offshore energy infrastructure side by being a hub is a very important thing. So if you look at it basically from a perspective of what are the short-term opportunities, and just this is a position or a statement from my side, which we can certainly challenge in the panel. The three ones that are here highlighted in green are probably the most interesting from a short-term perspective. The queuing optimization, the shore power, and decarbonizing the port equipment. Those are things that can be done basically pretty fast. Shore power is probably the most difficult of those ones already, but those can have a big impact relatively fast. The port as an energy hub, the port as an industrial hub are really long-term perspectives, which will change the character of a lot of ports also in Europe, but make also very good opportunities for the ports. So that's a little bit of an introduction, an overview of the topics, specifically for this panel. So without any further ado, I would like to ask the first presenter to present here, and that is, I go to the next slide, Ling Xiaomao from the NEXUS program. And she will present a little bit about the roadmap for onshore power supply for the Portuguese industrial cluster. As I mentioned already, a very relevant topic here for this session. And I'm very glad, Lynn, that you can present here and give us a perspective on how this will work and what the challenges are. Please. We get the right presentation.
Hello, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to start to thank to the organizers and for hosting such a interesting event and for inviting me to bring my presentation to you, okay? My name is Ling, Ling Xiumiao, or just Ling. I'm from INEGI. I'm here to present to you our study about the roadmap for onshore power supply, Portuguese industrial cluster, which was developed in close collaboration with INEXTEC. So, a brief context and drivers of OPS. At the international level, we have the MARPOL Annex 5, who sets the limits for the ship emissions and enabling the use of OPS. At the European level, we have instruments such as the Fit for 55 package, fuel maritime regulation, and the alternative fuels infrastructure regulation, which mandate the OPS deployment at the TN core ports. At national level, we have the Plano Nacional de Energia e Clima, Plano de Recuperação e Resiliência, and more recently we have the Estratégia Portos 5+. Now, looking to the current level of OPS implementation, at the global level, we have examples from the United States, China, South Korea, and Singapore, who already have developed a large-scale OPS program. And here is also interesting to note that China has grown rapidly in the deployment of OPS system in their ports. We have examples of ports of Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Ningbo, Zhoushan, who already implement the high voltage OPS in their ports. And at the European level, we can see that Nordic and Central European countries leads the OPS deployment. And in Portugal, we have also examples from Port of Lisboa, who already approved the fundings for first phase of the OPS project, around 18 million euros. And we also can have example of the Port of Aveiro, who launched a public tender for OPS supply. And here we can have some examples of main OPS technologies as well as its providers. We have an example like the high and low voltage systems, the interfaces, converters, transformers, and etc. As providers, we have the Siemens and ABB, who are very stand out in this market. And to proper elaborate our roadmap, we have done estimation of Portugal's OPS needs, and our criteria were based on the fuel maritime regulation, first of all, who established that the passenger and the container ships most use the onshore power supply when they are berthed in the terminals. So in Portugal, only ports of Leixões, Lisboa, Sines, Açores, Madeira, Setúbal, and Figueira da Foz have these terminals. And secondly, according to the AFIR, we must ensure sufficient OPS capacity to cover 90% of calls. That's why we grouped the call hours in each terminal and distribute them in their voltage requirements, and finally to determine the number of OPS connection needed. Here we have the results. We can see that the Port of Lisbon leads in terms of number of OPS connection needs, and with 9 connections, 7 low voltage and 2 high voltage. At the right side table, we have the component needed to fulfill this quantity of the OPS connections, and also to have a perception of the Portugal's potential to establish a OPS cluster. We have conducted some interviews with the key representatives of component manufacturers, port authorities, ship owners, and service providers. And we can conclude that the Portugal has strong potential for market absorption in terms of short and medium time. But in long term, we highlight the need for internationalization, which brings the possibility to export not only the knowledge, technology, but our know-how also. And also Portugal has the potential, the technical expertise and manufacturing capacity to bring this cluster, but it only requires the cross-sector partnership. As bigger challenges, I would highlight the limited port grid capacity, as well as the vessel capability and the competition for low-cost countries. However, I think that with a proactive infrastructure planning and technological innovation and differentiation, we could overcome these challenges. Here we have the key milestones of our roadmap. We set the intermediate goal in the year of 2030. This time, we hope that we could already have implemented the OPS systems in our strategic ports in Portugal. But before that, we need to do the preparation work as well as establish the partnership between the stakeholders. After 2030, we hope that we could expand and optimize our cluster, and all this is in order to contribute to the global carbon neutrality, which is the final milestone. Now, I would like just leave you with some recommendations. First of all, I think it's important to establish a coordinated national OPS strategy, as well as promote the strategic partnership between the stakeholders. And it's also very important to invest early in the electrical infrastructure in the ports and implement innovation and internationalization incentives. And last but not least, it's also very important to monitor regulatory and technological trends of these markets. And some acknowledgements, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. This was an excellent presentation, and I think giving a very good overview of the challenges and the magnitude of this topic of onshore power. So a very interesting presentation, also leading up to our discussion a little bit later. And again, I would like to say, also stress what Anna-Rita also said already, there are a lot of other great scientific presentations, academic presentations in the side room, so don't just stay here. Of course, we want to stay you here, but there are very interesting presentations also in the separate room, so don't forget about that, because you can learn more about those kind of scientific presentations that we just heard. So with that, I would like to go to the next pitch, and I hope, Heike, you can hear us and we can hear you. So this is an experiment because we have an online pitch. Unfortunately, Heike couldn't make it to here, but the topic is so interesting that we want him to share it here. So Heike, we can see you. Can you speak up?
I can hear you. Do you hear me as well?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. So if you can share the presentation, then let's see whether this works.
Okay, hang on.
And we go directly into the topic of energy and alternative ways of producing renewable energy. Yes, we see the presentation, Heike, so please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Heike Zetterström. I'm the Chief Communications Officer of Boson Energy. And we basically started Boson Energy to fundamentally change the future of waste and unlock its potential in terms of energy security and sustainable prosperity. And ports has an important role to play here. We have a big catch-22 when it comes to the sustainable shift. I mean, everything should be electrified, mandatory by regulations and wishes as well. But we have issues with capacity and generation, infrastructure, and costs. To focus on waste, waste incineration today can only feed stupid AC into the grid, only makes about 20 euros per ton in profit and has big negative effects on environment and climate. If we go to a thermochemical process instead of burning waste, we can bring that profit up to 250 euros per ton and have major positive impact on climate and environment. And how? Yes, because waste is a hydrocarbon, but as opposed to oil and natural gas, it's available everywhere and also circular. And that makes it uniquely efficient to produce local hydrogen and CO2 if you can handle the complexity of waste. And here is where Boson's innovation is. But we need a business case. So as there is no hydrogen economy on the horizon even, we have to deploy this hydrogen instantly into viable outputs, and it needs to be fossil competitive. And dual use is another important aspect that is increasingly important in today's world. So the output here is heavy-duty fast charging or shore power. We can also recombine the hydrogen and the CO2 into methanol or sustainable aviation fuels. And all of these processes produce heat, which can be used as heat or cooling. So if I take 1 ton of waste, I can produce 100 megawatt hours of DC behind the meter. And I can produce 150 megawatt hours of heat and 500 kilos or 160 kilos worth of SAF. So this is a distributed energy source. It relies on sector coupling. Ports have all these applications needed in their current infrastructure. And as I said, behind the meter. If we go to a standard unit in this case, it could be 75,000 tons of waste per year, producing 75 gigawatt hours of fast charging or shore power, 110 gigawatt hours of heat, and substantial amounts of methanol and SAF. So where are we in terms of moving this forward? So we have proven our core technology, run it up to TRL 7.8 on real waste. And our innovation is the commercial reactor based on this testing that we are now developing and running out in commercial projects. So the complete system and also the applications downstream are delivered by global partners. So all downstream systems are commercial, TRL 9, and this basically gives us unlimited capacity to scale from day one. Fossil competitive, I said. So how do we become fossil competitive? So because we're handling waste, we have byproduct revenue potential from gate fees, from heat or cooling sales and from sales of CO2 or carbon credits. And that brings us down to a cost of charging which is below the diesel parity benchmark. If we go to methanol, same approach, byproduct revenues, we reach a production cost that is well below the fossil methanol price and very far below the e-methanol price, which nobody is willing to pay anyway. For SAF, same approach. We get down to fossil jet price well below the accepted price by the market, which is where HEFA is, and eSAF again off the charts, literally. Is there potential for this to really have an impact? Yes, we have 200 million tons of waste going to incineration and landfills per year in the EU. That's 2 billion tons globally dumped and burnt. If we then go into landfill mining, which is opened up by this possibility, we're looking at 6 billion tons in the EU and some 60 billion tons globally. What we are aiming for is 10 million tons of waste treated by 2040. That's 10 terawatt hours of fast charging or 2 million tons of SAF. And looking at ports, we have, we call it Green Ports Mediterraneo, is our vision, where we treat 20 to 40 million tons of waste, 200 boson plants, 10 million tons of green fuel produced, for ports, for industry, and other actors in the ecosystem around these ports. So it could be 700 fast charging locations and then thermal energy for heat and cooling. That will be 40 to 120 million tons of CO2 emissions avoided per year and some 17 terawatt hours of power generation saved, which is a major amount of renewable energy that can be spent on other things. And ports here is a unique infrastructure because it has access to bringing waste in. There's also waste in the vicinity. And we are currently developing the first projects with a global waste management company. We're also negotiating a 10 million ton SAF offtake agreement with a global oil and gas major. We have a 300 plant rollout target agreed with Siemens. Our focus now is to eliminate risk, blueprinting to industrialize this, to then reach the 10 million tons of waste and a 30 billion euro project financing opportunity as well with good returns. Thank you.
Thank you, Heike. Loud and clear. I think a very interesting scenario to think differently about energy production from real waste, mixed post-consumer waste on a relatively small scale. So might be ideal for ports and also potentially a different mix of energies that you produce with that, from heat to electricity to methanol, etc., etc. So very interesting proposition. Thanks a lot, Heike. Stay online because maybe we have some questions for you during the panel discussion.
Yeah.
But before that, we have a couple of other presentations to go to. So I would like to ask David Sparrowforce to join us for a presentation of the company Elanroad. So now we talked about production of energy. Now we start talking about how to use electricity to electrify the vehicles at your port. You want to use an end mic? Yeah. Switch it up. Yeah. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is David Sparrowforce.
Can we get David's presentation on? Try it. Try to just click. See what happens.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll just stay down here.
You can stay there.
It's fine. It's working. Hi, everyone. My name is David Sparrowforce. I am here from Elanroad, and I got this question that I always get when I'm out in these kind of events: is that are you guys related to Elon Musk? And just to answer that question for everybody, no, we're not. The name means electricity on road, and that is exactly what we're doing. We have an automatic charging solution for electric vehicles, either when you're standing still, but also when you're driving. And the long-term vision of the company is that we're electrifying the roads all across Europe and in on other continents as well. So you never have to stop to charge. You only have to stop when you want to. And it was really interesting to hear the presentations today from Singapore and Tom from Antwerp speaking about the electrification, and that there is a preference for electrification, and we should do it when it's possible. And this is really why we went into ports, because we saw this need for electrification going from diesel fleets to electric fleets in ports. But when ports are electrifying, it comes with a lot of issues, unforeseen issues when you're electrifying. Not only does the vehicles often cost more initially, but those vehicles also need to stand still when you are charging. This causes an issue where you might even have to buy 2 electric vehicles for 1 diesel, and that doesn't make sense in terms of financial. And on top of that, or the alternative is that you have these massive batteries, so you can go the full day. The other 2 major issues, there's the space constraints in ports. You can't afford to have large infrastructure in terms of these chargers, the cable, and you have to have mitigations against collision risks, etc. And something that was just spoken about, also mentioned from the other panel, in regards of the grid connection. Upgrading your grid is an even bigger financial investment, and this is not really possible in a fast way, and ports need better solutions, smarter solutions to be able to electrify their fleet. So these smarter solutions, we have 2 standard products today. The first one is when we're standing still and charging, and as you can see here, it's a rail in the ground. I will go into the technical details in just a minute. The stationary one is perfect for example, in parking lots, in loading bays, and where you're operational standing still, and also in natural waiting zones. For example, when you're going for your next move, next pickup move in the ports. The dynamic solution is a rail in the ground, and for this one, it's really perfect for routine, continuous movements of these vehicles. So if you have a large port with many vehicles that needs to be driven 24/7, can't afford to stop, that is a perfect solution for this. To go into a little bit more of the technical side, we have a rail in the ground, as I said. This is milled down into the ground, so it's flush, so there's no risk of bumping or anything like that, or getting injured by it. This is powered by a power station that can be placed elsewhere, so it doesn't have to be in the way of the operation, so no risk of collisions. The energy collector we can mount underneath the vehicle, and this is for any type of vehicle. We have arms, like as you can see on the picture here, that goes down and touches the metal rail, and by this connection, power starts to flow. And by this metal-to-metal connection, we're able to have a very high efficiency of energy transfer. On top of that, we have digital solution, and of course, there's some necessary onboard charger as well on the vehicle. As I mentioned, this works for any type of vehicle. We've done this anywhere from the vans and trucks and buses on public roads, but also in the port industry with, for example, reach trackers or terminal tractors. And we just had a project now with RTGs as well. Collaboration with some of the largest names of the OEMs of the world, the vehicle manufacturers. And one of these collaborations is a more deeper collaboration. I will actually talk about them tomorrow as well, a little bit deeper. But I thought we would just watch how our solution actually works. This is a reach stacker driving on our rail, reach stacker from Kalmar. And here you can see the energy collector going down into the ground. And as it connects right now, it's charging at 350 kilowatts. And this means that by the time that this reach stacker has driven, finished this rail, it will have charged up to, this is 200 meters, so 3 kilowatt hours, something like that. And of course, that might not sound like a lot, but if you have this in a strategic position in the port, you will be able to drive 24/7 without ever having to stop. And this is how we install it. So we do a consultancy or an analysis of ports that we're working with our customers. And we say that, okay, how does your work patterns work? How big is your fleet? What kind of vehicles are you having? And then we really go into the deep and say, well, if you are only using this part, or this is where the red part on a heat map is where your vehicles are driving the most, that is where we would place a dynamic solution. So charging when you're driving. In some ports that are smaller, it's actually more beneficial to have the automatic charging for the stationary ones. We find spots where you're waiting for the next move of your terminal tractor or reach stacker, and that is where we place the stationary charger instead. And through all of this, and this is why the market now of ports is really waking up to this solution and why we have traction in the market, is because when you're comparing the transition from diesel fleets to electric fleets, we're looking over the total cost of ownership of those vehicles. We're actually able to lower the cost from a diesel fleet, making it possible for this transition, exactly what Tom said from Antwerp earlier. We should electrify where it's possible, and through smarter charging solutions, this is possible now in ports. Compared to a cable charging solution for electric vehicles, we're actually able, in some cases, to lower up to 40% of the cost. And a lot of this has to do with the downtime. We're able to operate 24/7, but it's also about what I said earlier. You have these massive batteries, but with our solution, you can actually shrink the size of that battery to the minimal option, which also then obviously saves on sustainability. Our traction in the market today, we are on 3 continents. We have a very big project in California, in the port of Long Beach with ITS. And here is the combination between a dynamic solution, charging when you're moving, and the stationary in the waiting zones of the port where it fits. We're in Europe, for example, in Oslo. We're also in Malta with a port operator that I cannot mention here, but they are focusing mostly on the stationary one to start with, and then moving up to potentially the dynamic when that is needed. So that's also something we work with. We're scaling with our customers. We also just signed a contract for development in Singapore as well. And to leave you with, when the world needs to electrify, as we said, and today it's very easy when you're electrifying, moving from diesel to electric, is that you look at this as a one-time cost for the vehicles. You see that as a singular purchase, but what we need to do is start looking at the vehicles together with the charging solution. And if you start looking that into one picture, the TCO, the total cost of ownership, actually makes sense because we're working with the duty cycles, with the workflow, is then against it. We're not adding downtime. We're working with your workflow that can actually increase the productivity. So yeah, let's start building charging infrastructure the right way. Thank you so much.
Thanks, David, for this innovative approach to one of the many challenges that we have to electrify the fleets, the charging process itself. So very interesting. Let's move on with Arne. Arne, can we have Arne? Where's Arne? Where's Arne? Arne is not in the room. Sorry, I have maybe a wrong name here on my list. Which one do we have now? Ah, no, we have OmniFlow now. Sorry, we have you. That's the next presentation, and OmniFlow goes one step further. So this is basically a combination of energy production on a very small scale, I would say, but a very interesting one because it combines infrastructures that you need anyhow with wind and solar energy, and also providing opportunities to integrate security and optimization of your ports. So everything in one simple solution. Looks simple, but it's complicated to develop, and you have done a great job to develop this concept further for a long time, and I think it's very interesting also for port infrastructures.
Thank you so much,
Pedro.
Willem. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Pedro Pão. I'm founder and CEO of OmniFlow, and we provide sustainable smart solutions. So the problem that we are addressing is that millions of existing infrastructure that consume a lot of power, like street lights, and just provide a basic service of lighting. They generate a lot of CO2 footprint, of course, not as much as a vessel, but it's still port infrastructure, and represents a cost for the institutions. So we think these infrastructures are perfect to deploy additional service, including for digitalization of the ports. So what we developed is a sustainable smart lamppost, which is powered on the edge by wind and solar. And besides just providing lighting, it can host multiple other applications like 5G to create your own network for 5G or 6G deployment, computer vision, AI services, and even EV charging. So the core technology, which is patented in 35 countries, we use the shape of the outer diffuser to deviate the normal wind flow into the central turbine. We also use the turbine RPM to detect the wind speed. So every unit is a sensor. We also know solar radiation. And it's a mix of energy and data. It's basically the ultimate edge machine. Besides having wind power, it also hosts solar power, so it's a hybrid system. So it can generate power on the summer more from sun, and in the winter, when sun drops a little bit, you have the wind power to have a more steady flow of energy coming. Of course, we also have built-in batteries, so when there is no sun and no wind, we can go into the battery system, and when the batteries reach a low level, we can activate the grid. So by doing this, we can reduce more than 90% the power consumption from traditional lights and IoT sensors that we can incorporate inside of the unit itself. All of the units are connected to the internet, so we can monitor and control with our IoT cloud-based platform that I will show you a little bit further ahead. So we can transform stupid lights into sustainable multi-service infrastructure using what it's already there. So we don't want to construct new poles, new foundations, and transform everything, because in many locations we already have most of the infrastructure there. We can do a simple retrofit in 15 minutes. We can transform a light into AI hub point just by retrofitting into our system. It also hosts what is our latest patent, which is an integrated EV charging station for EVs, but it's not located on the pole itself. It's located inside of the luminaire. That's why the patent, because it's unique in this point. And I can show you one of the first implementations in Matosinhos with Galp, where you can see it in action. So basically, the EV charger is located inside of the luminaire, and in a 15-minute job, we can transform an existing pole into an EV charger without any additional infrastructure, because we can use the existing cabling, we can use the existing transformers, because when we implement our solutions, the power consumption drops more than 90%, and there's additional capacity that is now available to use on additional loads like EV charging or private 5G networks, for example. Besides that, we can host cameras that can be used for simple security purposes. We can host 4 cameras around the unit integrated like that. So here an example of a project deployed in San Diego. Besides the security, we can also do edge AI. So everything is being processed inside of the unit itself. We have a GPU system inside of the unit where we are analyzing the parking lot spaces, traffic flow. It can also, of course, be used for containers, and that's why we are here, that we think this technology can be implemented in ports, and we look forward for that. So we also deployed a lot in marinas. We have a lot of cases in marinas, and you can see that all of the information that we are collecting with the basics system plus all of the sensors that we can install inside of the unit flow directly into our digital twin platform that can be used directly in our software, or we can, of course, export using our APIs into existing platforms that the port authorities are already using it. So here you can see an example in an airport, not in a port, but in an airport, where the AI system is collecting data from the traffic flow. There was a need here to detect illegal drop-offs of Ubers. So that's one of the aspects that the AI is detecting. And we can have all of the metrics related to the traffic, air quality, and so on. And just to give you some other examples of the deployment. So here is one of the largest deployments in the world of smart poles, which was finalized this year in Villafranca Chira with 265 smart poles deployed on the Tejo near shore. And it hosts, besides lighting, of course, it also hosts security systems. It stands next to the Air Force Base, so it also has a lot of security systems completely integrated and completely unseen inside of the luminaires itself. Also here, a very important marina in Portugal with our systems, Vila Moura Marina, and APDL in Porto. We have multiple ports, small ports, where our systems are deployed. Here they are providing EV charging. They are also hosting cameras and sensors to help the system. So some other interesting projects that we deployed here, and I pointed into the right, so you can see the amount of information that we can extract with a single unit. So this is one of our developed internal softwares using fisheye lens to capture most information possible using just a unit itself. So that is in Tenerife in Spain with Deutsche Telekom, and we are collecting more than 100 parking lot spaces. So this can be easily applied to containers. So basically, just to do a recap on our value proposition, we can reduce more than 90% the power consumption on lighting systems and IoT sensors. And on top of that, we bring additional values like 5G connectivity, AI edge computing, EV charging, and so on. And of course, also the important aspect of resilience. So even if the grid fails from some outage, storm, or wildfire, all of the critical functionalities will continue to run based on the renewables and the battery system. So we have market traction in more than 45 countries right now with important customer lists already. And we look forward to talking to you. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. A very interesting combination of functionalities. I really appreciate it. When I saw your solution for the first time about 6 years ago, I was really a fan of it. And I think you have developed a lot of different applications. I think this can provide a lot of interesting applications also for us here. We go to the last pitch, container grid. Please come on stage, Aaron. This is a totally different topic, and the company is called Container Grids, but don't be confused. This is not about moving containers. It is about moving materials that can be reused and recycled. And now we come back basically to the discussions we had before. Also, the ports as hub for recycling, and Container Grid has an interesting solution for that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Willem. Hi, thanks for the invite. Great to be here with all of you. My name is Aaron Handrick. I'm the founder and CEO of Container Grid, a Munich-based startup. We're working on operating circular supply chains, operating decentralized circular supply chains for the new material and energy era at scale. That means our specialization is AI-powered self-orchestration, proactive orchestration of decentralized material streams into the correct recycling technologies, material processing technologies, as well as the virtual aggregation of fragmented streams into production-ready lots. This is how we see the problem these days, and that's what our initial go-to-market product market fit focus is. On the left side, you see the many electronics, energy, automotive mobility components that contain a lot of critical raw materials, and we need them back. We, on the one side, are facing regulation to report minimum recycled material content in new products from 2030, but we're also facing the topic of resilience, so from sustainability to resilience in the circular economy when it comes to acting on independence of the European or the Western economy towards Far East. The problem is that these producers of raw material, they can't access these critical raw materials to scale up their local or nearshore production. So to run you through the problems, first, fragmented collection of these systems. Imagine automotive distributors, fleet managers, insurances. Imagine electronic stores, repair stores, dismantling hubs. But as soon as you enable the consolidation of this fragmented collection systems in how the waste management industry is currently looking like, you still face inconsistencies in processing technologies. So even if you look at Germany's 12,000 recyclers and waste management facilities, each of them is deploying recycling technology in a different way. So how do you actually streamline that? And last but not least, you're facing a lot of margin difficulties because between recycling and raw material production, you have a lot of scrap traders. These scrap traders eat like, let's say, 5 to 10% of your raw material price. So we turned the logic around. It sounds very simple, but we turned the logic around, and that's the concept basically for circular economy at scale. We don't start with the end-of-life product or the end-of-life assets, but we actually start with the raw material producer or the OEM defining his recycled material or feedstock content material specifications. And with that, we set the geographical objective and the quality objective of the final new raw material, green raw material that is to be produced. Only then, usually you will in the industry have already seen manufacturers, tier one suppliers, they've already partnered with raw material producers to produce green raw material in very specific locations. You will have also seen these manufacturers and raw material producers having partnered with specific recycling technologies to actually scale up their feedstock and to get early access to green raw material feedstock. So then you invite these recycling partners to a platform that qualify for these material recovery programs that have been defined in the first step. And then the last step, you only invite the collection points to qualify for being the right sources for these specialized recyclers. This is the slide that I brought for you today, specifically when it comes to the, green material production, setting targets. And now we look at the potential for ports specifically, and these are the 3 points here. When it comes to, let's look at these orange boxes here, how do we get from fragmented end-of-life assets through a highly fragmented, highly complex system to production-ready recycled material lots. And these 3 points that I want to talk about specifically is one, imagine the ports, and we've seen it or heard it in the last presentations also in this new, imagine, energy abundance until 2035, if let's say fusion, or if let's say these, grid on the edge, energy grid on the edge concepts actually gets to scale. We will have a drastic reduction of energy consumption in specific locations in the grid, meaning this would allow us to make decentralized production of ammonium, biomethane, hydrogen, green hydrogen, much more efficient, and completely change the power structures in energy and raw materials. And so imagine ports as, let's say, these decentralized systems that are basically really bulking these recycling feedstock and enable these highly innovative processing technologies to actually scale. And how do we see container grid as a potential connector between the dots of where does one fragmented stream connect to a certain recycling technology, and how do we actually make these material streams move at scale. Second, you can imagine ports as storage facilities, but also potential operating hubs for automated dismantling of vehicles and other assets. So a lot of research and development institutes are working on automated dismantling, and this is going to be the future as well. No matter if here in Europe or large automotive consortia currently deep diving into actually how do we export end-of-life vehicles, how do we export end-of-life energy systems into African countries to actually make use of their low labor cost and help the economies upscale there. And last but not least, import-exporting of these energy systems. So imagine, and I'll get to that in my next slide, how does the business model work? We're taking a cut from the OEMs for operating these raw material recovery programs. We're taking a cut from the raw material producers to access these large amounts of green traceable feedstock. And last but not least, the recyclers, since they need to also abruptly change into the new era. This is our traction slide. Very quickly, we've over the last 4 years, we've pretended that we want to disrupt the recycling industry by helping them to digitize. They said they were rather reluctant, so we switched to the OEM side, worked on a prototype with Hitachi, working with leading utilities on how to consolidate maintenance hubs, right? So E.ON in Germany has 30 maintenance hubs. They all decentralize dismantling for now. How do we consolidate that? And maybe at the bottom, so we are developing pilots to actually gain access to end-of-life ACs, end-of-life electronics, end-of-life automotive components from Mombasa and Terna to regain critical raw materials into Europe. And that's where we are, and we are going to market next 6 to 9 months for the commercial MVP, and looking forward to continue discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. Thanks a lot for this additional perspective, which is very important as well for the ports. So thanks a lot. With that, I would like to invite the panel, the distinguished panel members, to come onto stage to join the discussion. As we heard now a couple of impulses to think a little bit out of the box. Please come up on stage. We have sufficient chairs here. Take a seat wherever you like. You can sit here. We have a really great panel members here. Chairman Puna, Port Authority of Sinj, that you have seen already and most of you probably know already. We have Monica Swanson from the Port Authority of Rotterdam. We have Danielle Maredias from Siemens, Sherry Wai from Kalp, Europe, and Roger Ribello from Madoka. So a very broad spectrum of experts here. Please take a seat, because we would like to have an open discussion here. And just already a warning, we would like to get the startups and also the academic presentation join the discussion where you can, because you also have an opinion about those topics. And not only the people from the large corporations, but we also like to hear the perspective from the startups, from the innovators. But we would like to start here with a brief opening question to each of you to get started in the discussion, and then we see where we go, depending on what the topics are that you are thinking are relevant. And maybe there are some questions from the audience as well. And I would like to start with you. Here from the port, you're also professor at the Lisbon Higher Institute of Engineering. You have done a lot of research at Serena, and you have a background in chemical and biological engineering, and especially biofuels, which is a very important topic here for this discussion as well. So maybe to start with two questions for you. First of all, what do you see as the role of ports like the Port of Sinj for recycling technologies? And also, what do you think about what you heard from Heike before, the boson energy of using a pyrolysis process to use mixed waste as an input? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here. And of course, acknowledge for all the efforts and for all our collaborators that are involved in organizing this excellent conference. And it marks in our point of view of Board of Administration, a truly commitment with these several goals: digitalization, cybersecurity, energetic transition, and so on. And so, congratulations for all of them. Answering to your questions. Well, the port infrastructure are quite clearly an infrastructure which are being transformed almost every day. And the field of energy, and specifically the bioenergy, is essential to transform it. For instance, all the project that we saw it here before, like you said it, and the other ones are essential. For instance, when we degrade wastes to recycle it, and it's important those processes to recover the materials that are essential, but also to recover energy. And from the degradation of the urban solid waste, for instance, it's possible to produce syngas, and syngas, it's possible to produce hydrogen. So we have here a way to valorize a material which is not used to produce energy, to produce hydrogen. And as it was said before, hydrogen is a crucial vector to perform the energy transition, especially in the ports. So, of course, there are solutions that we have to take care, that we have to monitorize them and see if they are applicable. In my opinion, of course, they are applicable. Of course, we have to pay attention of our scale for each port, and how to process itself, and the cost, and so on. And in the case that you asked also of the Port of Sinj, it's important also, but I would like to emphasize firstly our energetic transition strategy. And like someone said before in the morning, first of all, it's important to consolidate the electrification grid and our necessities. And so it is our first priority. consolidate our grid, our electric connections of the ports to feed not only our terminals, our port operators, and of course of the self-infrastructure. And so to do that, we have to bet on renewable energies, solar, mainly solar so far, so the supply, probably windmills, but we have to see it, of course, and probably waves. We have significant resources to probably use those. But besides that, to improve our energy efficiency, we have to bet in the storage phase. Okay? In storage phase. We will launch in the public tender in the beginning of the next year a project to install here in the port of Sines 6 megawatts of batteries, so the best energy storage system, to precisely improve our efficiency and to storage 24 megawatts of power. Then, and after that, the storage, the demand, the consumption of energy that will be occur in the next years, mainly deep with the OPS. And so the OPS are crucial for the sport.
Right.
The sport. The consumer, only to emphasize this and to finish, in the next 10 years, or probably in the 8 or 10 years, our consumption in the port will be 10 times higher than the current one.
Right.
Due only to the OPS.
Yes.
2 for the container terminals, the current one, and probably other tools for the new future or new terminal Vasco da Gama.
Absolutely.
And of course, one, it was missed on the energy presentation, but one in the our Portimão, our Port of Portimão,
Right.
our cruise terminal, because it will have an OPS also to
There is
supply
the
electric
obligation.
in the cruise
Yeah.
terminal.
Yeah.
Yeah, essential. So this is our energetic transition. Of course, the sustainable fuels. We have built it, the new terminal of liquefied cryogenic gases, starting supply LNG, methanol, green hydrogen, and ammonia, basically those four ones. And so all of this accompanying with the monetization of the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and the air quality.
Thank you very much for that. And so you explained a lot about the energy production on site. You mentioned one key word which transfers to the next person, to Sherry, namely the storage. Because the intermittent character of solar and wind and the big demand that you need for onshore power, we probably need some battery storage. Sherry, great to have you here. Sherry Wai, General Manager of Kalp Europe. Now, not everybody might know Kalp yet, but Kalp is a Chinese company, one of the biggest producers of batteries in the world for cars, but also for BES systems. And you're actually building the first gigafactory outside of China here in Sinj. So that is a great move and very important. On one hand, of course, you need a lot of energy for your production facility. On the other hand, you create the best battery systems, which maybe you can use the tender already. Well, your production facility starting in 28, I think, is the plan. So maybe in time for your tender. But great to have you here, Sherry. And so maybe you can say a little bit more about what you need for your plant here in Europe, in Sinj, as energy, but also indeed how you see the perspective of BES systems for ports.
Sure, a lot of topic for this, but thank you, William. Thank you for having me here, and very pleasure to discuss this interesting topic, the port and the sustainability, because it's always in Kalp's strategy when we decide we're coming to Europe. That's exactly what I want to introduce a little bit about more Kalp. Just like William mentioned, maybe not all of you are familiar with our company because we are pretty new here. Headquartered in Changzhou, China, which is 2 hours from Shanghai. And we are one of the largest battery manufacturer in the world. We have already 10 gigafactory in China already start operation, started delivering the power battery to the marketing. And we have another 4 gigafactories just to kick off the investment this year in China. And Sinish, this gigafactory is our first one outside China, based on our strategy for the international. We want to service our clients here in Europe and around Europe. That's why we are coming here. And also from the long-term strategy to comply with the EU strategy. I remember it's many years ago, like 7, 8, even 10 years ago, the European clients, our clients are mainly 2 parts. One is automotive OEMs, like all the European car makers are our clients. We are having a very deep relationship with them for many years because the automotive industry is a global industry, global business. We have many business already in China, in Asia, even in South Asia, and also Europe. And now many years ago, there's the European strategy, okay, we want to bring this product, this technology to Europe because we need it. The automotive industry are facing the transmission from the combustion engine traditional cars to the electric vehicles, and also for the future step is the autonomous driving vehicles. I think everybody's acknowledged this roadmap for the industry evolvement, and CALB is working with all those OEMs and clients for many years, and also involved in the discussion for many crucial, how can I say, topics to support and to bring the know-how to Europe, and also the strategies to bring the whole value chain to Europe. So that's why we are start planning to transfer the gigafactory from China to Europe. And myself has been relocated in Lisbon, in Portugal, for 3 years to monitor this project. And it's almost kick off. The earthwork already almost completed in the Zeus, 5 minutes away from here, and the construction will start. Like William mentioned, we are targeting to start delivery the first product from here, Europe to Europe, by the year of 2028. And CALB really has the know-how because we are, when I say we are one of the largest, well, not only the largest, but we are one of the strongest on the technology for the power battery. We installed on the marketing, both EV and the BESS. We are the top 3, number 3 in China and number 4 in the global marketing. Because of the know-how CALB has, not everyone can has this know-how. We can deliver both LFP and NCM batteries. So we understand very deeply about the requirements from the car makers and also the BESS. That's very hard, and to have this solution to improve the grid resilience. It's a very good solution, and the mainstream solution is the better. Of course, there are many solutions for this topic also, but now the mainstream solution is the battery storage, based on the cost and based on the safety, because this need to be considered as the very important effects when we are doing this business. And it's always in CALB's blood also to maintain this. And the port of Sinish is very important because for us, we need this. When we set up our plant here, we need to transfer our equipment and the material from China at the beginning to the plant, and to install the equipment for the production line. And after we start operation in the plant here, we need this port to transfer our final products to the clients in Germany, in France, in Spain, everywhere, by sea and by truck. So that's how we are operating the business.
Great, Sherry, thanks a lot for that overview, and that brings the story back. Of course, you need the transport, you need energy, but you also have a big solution for the energy, the BS storage. You mentioned already the grid, so that's a good transition to Daniel. Daniel Diaz from Siemens, responsible for ports, terminals, and maritime. I think you are the expert here in the room, more than 12 years working on grid topics. And maybe you can shed a little bit of light, what is the challenge specifically for ports and onshore power, and how BES systems can help in that.
Yeah, so first of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah, I think this morning was quite active in making things easier for me. We have been talking about electrification as a must. I think the CEO from Antwerp, electrification as much as possible, storage systems, OPS systems. I honestly think that the ports right now, and I'm talking about in Portugal, but also from EU, I think we are talking about decarbonization, and this is a journey. Okay, what I want to say is that this is just the beginning of this journey. So we are talking about OPS systems. We want ports need to install the OPS systems, but to do that, I mean, right now they operate in medium voltage. Let's say it's not low voltage, not high voltage, it's in medium voltage, and they have been doing this for 100 years. And now, because of OPS systems, because of renewable energy, because of storage systems, now they need to change to high voltage. So, and for that, okay, let's talk with the DSO, the distribution system operator, with the transmission system operator. I need to change this. And they say, okay, 2 to 5 years project, and it will cost this. And so, and for example, in the case of Sines, I think it's the port in Portugal who is more advanced in this journey. They don't have any OPS yet released, but they already have a substation, high voltage substation, ready to be turned on. If you go, for example, for Lisbon, they go to the distribution system operator and they say, yeah, we want this. Okay, again, 2 to 5 years. But we need, you know, 2030 for the OPS is already here. No, we need to wait. This takes a lot of time. And in some cases, it's really, really hard to implement because of the grid. It was already expressed here in the morning as well, the grid bottleneck. The distribution system operator needs to construct new lines. Sometimes it's really hard. For example, if they pass over the city, they cannot do it. It's really hard. But for example, in the case of Sines, the problem right now is with the transmission system operator. In Portugal, for the Portuguese people from REN. Okay, the problem is for REN. REN plans to invest more than 500 million euros just in new lines, new very high voltage lines, and substations, just to be able to cope with the necessary generation and consumption in Sines. We're talking about OPS systems that are really big here in the port of Sines. We're talking about Madoco, we're talking about Calb, we're talking about data centers, we're talking about a lot of renewable energy projects, maybe wind, offshore wind parks. We're talking about a lot of energy in generation and in consumption that the grid needs to be able to handle this. Again, this is 2 to 5 years at least to be able to do this. Okay. And yeah, and one thing that, or two things that we have been discussed this morning. So first of all, we cannot forget that ports are critical infrastructures. Okay. It has been said, resiliency. And I would also add security, cybersecurity. I will not go on detail because tomorrow we'll have a deep discussion on this. But these are really important in terms of energy, in terms of the grid. And the last, we can have renewable energy, we can have OPS, we can have consumption, we can have EV charging, we can have all of this. If we don't have, let's call it a maestro, to coordinate this orchestra, you know, for the football fans, if we don't have a Rui Costa, you know, a playmaker to deal with all of this, what we call a microgrid, a controller, I mean, we can have everything. It will not work. This needs to be working in real time, in cybersecurity. This needs to be, bulletproof in order to work.
Thank you very much for that. Let's shift gears. So the grid is a challenge, but everybody's working on it, and you're working on it to solve those problems, also with battery storage. There is, of course, for certain industries and for certain applications, there is an alternative to distribute energy, and it is hydrogen. Let's go to Roger first, because he's producing it. And then we go finally to, you want to have it in your port, Monica. But let's first talk about what you are doing basically as I'm honest to say, a Dutch-Portuguese collaboration. I understand you live in Hattem. I grew up close to Hattem.
I used to live in Hattem.
Okay, you used to live there, yeah. Anyhow, great to have you here in the team, and not only because you're working for Madoka, and not working for Madoka, you actually are leading it, but also because you have a lot of experience in the energy sector in many different parts of the world. And I think that's one of the interesting aspects here also, because we can't produce hydrogen necessarily everywhere. There are different discussions about where to produce it, where to ship it to, and I think that's exactly in your court now. And you are an experienced person, not only in that field, but also in helping startups and scale-ups to grow. So perfect here to be on this stage.
Well, I think, first of all, good afternoon. I guess it's already past midday. Good to see some familiar faces again. I would say to Jim, the best business is to buy shares in TSO. Yeah, that business seems to just grow and grow and grow, right? And everybody blames the TSO that they cannot give you grid connections. You cannot connect anything to produce or consume, right? So that's the best business to be in. Hydrogen is the most challenging business to be in, okay, at the moment. Let me say bluntly and honestly, in 2020, when everybody decided to jump on the hydrogen bandwagon, even a solar developer, a wind developer, that, oh yeah, we can develop solar plants, we can develop wind plants, wind farms. Yeah, we can also put hydrogen in it, right? But hydrogen is a chemical process. It's a chemical factory. Whether you want to accept it or not, it's gaseous in nature, but ultimately it's a process plant, right? And electricity is not its closest relative, neither its cousin. They're two distinct elements. It's electrons and molecules, and we're trying to bring them together. Of course, there are various methods of producing hydrogen. Some are not so green, some are very gray. There's also the challenge of the technology that is out there. The bottom line is simple. If we hadn't made the mistake in 2020 to think that producing hydrogen would be cheap, and looked at all those reports from Lazard and McKinsey and Bain and all of them that basically said, oh yeah, hydrogen by 2030 will be €1.50. Okay? That's basically what they said. I still have those reports, okay? But I cannot find those people who wrote them because they no longer work for them. Yeah? That's the only difference. The reports exist. The bottom line, guys, is that in 2020, if we truly knew what it would cost us to transition or do the energy transition, nobody would have signed up to it. Nobody would have signed up to it. Today, at that point in time, we made the mistake of thinking it could be all cheap. It was great on slides and presentation. Then we started implementing. And when we started implementing it, we started realizing all the challenges you would have. And there is a certain cost base that you cannot go below. It's just how nature is. There's a certain point, it just plateaus, okay? And we have reached it in 4 years. Hydrogen production cost, electrolyzer cost, has come down to roughly all-in cost, including civil construction, has come down to €1 million. I know in Rotterdam, we have the challenges of the Shell plant. They say it's 3 million a megawatt, but we know that they're using Shell depth standard, which means they want 4 compressors, which you could do with 1, okay? So, or you could do it with 2. But what I'm saying is, the reality is if you simplify everything, you still come to €1 million a megawatt on the electrolyzer. And what I'm coming to the discussion is, at the end of the day, that is not the problem. The problem is 80% of your material input to produce hydrogen is electricity. At the moment today, base load PPAs in Portugal cost €60 a megawatt hour. And if you go by that, obviously you're not going to get your hydrogen for €1.50. Probably close to something like €6 by the time you're done with it, right? So we just have to accept that this whole thing is going to be very expensive and it's going to take much longer than 2030 to get there. Number one. Number two, the European Union and the European Commission has created regulations that are meant for an utopian finale within the shortest possible time. Great regulations, but practical implementation is completely lacking. They're behind the curve, okay? Number three, there is problems with standardization of what is hydrogen. And what I mean by that is not the molecule itself. What I mean by that is the classification of hydrogen, and nothing to do with colors. It's to do with, if you produce hydrogen in Europe, there are a set of criteria we have to comply with, and it's called RFNBO hydrogen. Okay? And to comply with RFNBO hydrogen, it is more expensive than renewable hydrogen. And what I mean by that is, if you go to India, if you go to China, you can get renewable energy. It may not be in the same time zone. It may not be temporally correlated. It may not be new renewable assets that were built today to consume today. It was built in the past. There's more flexibility over there. So yes, the cost will be lower, but not significantly lower. Not significantly lower. It will be lower. If it is €4 in Europe, it will be €3 or €2.75, okay? But what is pushing the price today is compliance to regulation, right? Okay? So yes, hydrogen is important. It can be a very clean source of supply, but we are unrealistic about the process of creating a market, the process of determining a price for the product, and the process of actually producing the product itself. Okay, so I'm going to stop there because I probably touched a lot of sore points in the last 2 minutes.
Great to have your expertise and your insights shared, because this is very important to understand. But picking up on one of your last points, there has to be a market. And I would like to basically go to Monica Swanson from the Port of Rotterdam, responsible for international hydrogen and power to X in general. That's the official title, at least I understood. But correct me if I'm wrong. But you are basically the ambassador for innovation in these fields, and you want to have hydrogen going through your port, coming from Portugal, coming from anywhere else. But you want to create the market by being the hub, basically importing and transporting hydrogen, if I understand it right. So what's your perspective on this? And what's your perspective maybe related to that also from the perspective of the Port of Rotterdam on sector coupling, which we talked about a little bit before?
Okay. One question at a time, please.
Yep.
First of all, one of the ambassadors for hydrogen in our port and one of the hubs in Europe, because Port of Antwerp, other ports,
yep,
we need them all. Seems, of course. Singapore, all very relevant, because the only way to do this is to connect the dots. I mean, ports are connecting points. We've been very vocal on hydrogen. My job has been to do that, to build the import program for hydrogen, and also to see if we could accelerate projects elsewhere, given that we were moving sort of a bit ahead of a lot of parties as a port at the time. For a long time, but I have to say, and there's a lot of things that were said earlier that I would like to respond to, actually. First of all, also something practical. If ever we get a vacancy in a European lobby department, Roger, would you you please just, respond to that. Because legislation can be hard to crack, right? There's a lot of it, it's very detailed, it's not always practical, and we try to talk with our port community, together with other ports, also like Antwerp, to see if we can make it more, applicable and more, easy to actually have the transition. We do need it, so we do appreciate the role of the European Union there. I think bringing the molecules and the electrons together is what we need to do. One of the reasons we were, really believing in hydrogen is we believed in electrification, but we also saw that the grid wouldn't be able to absorb all the additional offshore capacity we were asking for to be connected to Rotterdam. And hydrogen can be a bit of a battery. I'm also a very strong believer in batteries. And I'm delighted to hear that it's becoming, and to also see in discussions that it's becoming more important, because for a long time I've been thinking, why are we not working on more resilient solutions like batteries that are not hub-centric or grid-centric, but that are, decentralizing and making it more resilient. Mm-hmm. You can see in countries like South Africa and also in Ukraine, for instance, where they've been challenged with central grid capacity and availability very much. They've gone for solutions behind the meter, batteries, solar, wind, but behind the meter and then from the grid, right? So it's very interesting what we're seeing as a development. First, we're all going for solar and wind and hydrogen, and now we have to really look at the grids because they're like choking. Interesting. For us as a port, we have that challenge too. Not choking, but we have to look at more resilient, more decentralized, more adaptability. Also for defense, that was mentioned also this morning. We're very vulnerable. The realization that we're all vulnerable is much stronger than at the beginning of the hydrogen, I would say, global dream.
So maybe one question picking up on that point, or a couple of points that you mentioned. Back to the sector coupling. So how can sector coupling, or basically the fact that a port of Rotterdam-like organization is having a lot of assets basically around, mm-hmm. The import, the export, the pipelines, the chemical industry, the waste industry, recycling industry, how can it help you to be more resilient by doing more yourself, basically behind the grid?
No, that's not really my answer. I think, okay. No, but what is your definition of sector coupling? Just for everyone.
The smart combination of all those industries that you have in your port.
Yeah, we tend to call that clustering.
Yeah.
Yeah, from our side, so I want to be sure that we're talking about the same. Yeah, this is something that is at the core of our DNA, right? Mm-hmm. We're a port authority, but we look at ourselves as a port development company. And I think anything you could say about Rotterdam, you can say about Antwerp and vice versa, and it's happening in both places because I think we have a very similar vision on what needs to be done. And waste recycling, the output of one industry being the input of the other, that's really the core, and also the way we position industry next to each other or next to infrastructure or away from infrastructure. That's all part of the thinking where you, as a port, we have over 3,000 companies in our port. So if we don't prepare before everybody else needs to have something, it won't happen in time. So if you say, how do you look at infrastructure? Well, high voltage electricity, we had to think about it years ago because we wanted an electrolyzer cluster in our port because we realized that the direct electrification would be sort of reach a limit with the grid. So everything we kind of do is part of a vision where we take a step forward and look a few steps, forward from that to see, but what could be the impact and how could we avoid, a bottleneck? And yeah, the road infrastructure, we now have, there's always a new challenge. Yeah? There's also always something going wrong, but digitization, that's also very important because it saves energy, it saves time, it reduces good digitization in ports, reduces emissions a lot. Yeah, it all works together. It sounds like it's, yeah, maybe it's a bit of a too general answer, but we're working on a pipeline for hydrogen in our port, right? We've been working on high voltage electricity. We're working on grid solutions and resilient solutions sort of, you know, in the port. I think what we're going to see is even more cooperation between companies to solve it, sharing their concessions or sharing their areas. That's already happening a lot in Rotterdam, a co-creation on the basis of, hey, we have some territory, you have some territory. We would both like to work on Project X. That's happening a lot, so it's not only us. And I think what helps us a lot is that we have a long-term strategy and we keep talking with everybody in a community, and often commercial parties, because we're a landlord port, share their plans with us, sometimes very confidentially, for us to be able to anticipate. Right. And the other way around, you know, before we start being mostly before we start being very vocal, we sort of touch points. We connect with these important companies and say, hey, what do you think? How could we improve this plan?
Well, let's pick up on this collaboration topic, because that's a very important one. I also did on one of my slides. We have to work together, basically, and you're talking about working together with other parties in the port, maybe also with other ports or with other locations, etc., etc. I would like to bring the discussion a little bit to the other collaboration, which is one of the key topics for this event, which is with innovators, with startups. So maybe back to a discussion round or question round, very short. What innovations are you missing? And maybe very concretely, what innovation that you heard so far in this session? What presentations from the startups or the academic presentation was most interesting for you? Or you want to challenge them, because they are here, we can talk about them. I see Heike already there on the screen. Heike definitely probably wants to challenge the hydrogen production just based on electricity. But basically your perspective, what was most interesting that you heard so far? But what innovations are you still missing? What do you think is needed besides the collaboration, besides the funding, besides the regulatory environment, all those kind of aspects that the startups can't influence, but they have interesting innovations? Who wants to start with it?
Can I just,
yeah,
and then I'll be back? Because we're not looking, I just want to also say that, not looking at only electricity as the input for hydrogen. So Heike, please rest assured, our view is quite broad, and we really do believe in waste recycling, but also waste to energy, etc. Harder to achieve it at some points because it's hard to organize, but it's a very, very promising concept. I'm just going to hand it to someone else quickly, because otherwise I'm coloring the conversation.
So what innovations do we still need, and what did you think about the innovations that you just saw?
Innovation is, again, an interesting topic, and it depends on, it varies from each person. So for me, innovation is it needs to be scalable. Mm-hmm. Okay. One-time innovation is not innovation; it's an invention. Okay. But I think innovation needs to be hands on hands with something that we have been discussed, and Monica has discussed again, collaboration, ecosystems. Ports are by nature an ecosystem. It's easy. I see it from other sectors, not that easy. But innovation, just by the innovation, or even sustainability, just by sustainability, it's not the end point. It's a means to an end. And when you talk about ecosystems, for example, boson energy, I think that it's ecosystems and innovation. I think that it's much easier that innovation gets together with someone, a strong player in the industry. Because I give you the example of boson energy. I think we have, I think we've signed last year a memorandum of understanding. It was mentioned Siemens in the presentation.
Yep.
And I think that this is a true way to have big players that work in other sectors, have experience in other sectors as well. This is the way to go in terms of innovation. We can have startups doing by themselves, especially in AI. AI is a hot topic everywhere, of course, also in ports, industrialization. But if you want to go further on, it needs to be, in my opinion, together in an ecosystem with stronger players in the market.
Absolutely. Roger, what innovation do you need to reduce the cost of hydrogen production?
Well, I think cheap electricity, but
Heike doesn't need electricity.
the
He
cheap
doesn't need
electricity that
He just
complies,
needs weight.
cheap electricity that complies with all the RFNBO requirements of the European Union. Okay, that's the bottom line of what you need.
Absolutely.
Cheap electricity exists. It is there. There are many methods of producing cheap electricity, but it's like a hydrogen producer's. A hydrogen producer is someone in the European Union whose hands are tied at the back and his legs are tied with a 10-kilo weight, and they are asked to run and swim the fastest you can. Okay, at the moment, that is how it is, because we know where the cost base is for the different types of production processes for hydrogen. It's just the consumer on the other side, be that as it may, it's the maritime industry or it's the aviation industry or any industry. They have still not moved on from the fact that when there is a transition, you need to protect your supply. Okay, so they have not gone beyond that. We are also to be blamed for it, because we take our car and we go to the pump and the fuel is there. Okay, but that's not going to be the case in 2030, because these process plants take a minimum of 6 years to build, 4 years of actual construction and 2 years of engineering and tendering for EPC. We are in it for 4 years now doing it. Okay, so you do need cheap electricity, but let me point out on innovation. You definitely need innovation in everything you do. And I can already see that we are short of time, so I'll be quick. You need innovation in your life, because you could definitely never travel with a steam engine today in 2025, right? So you need to change the way we live. We need to adopt new technology. And the most important thing for innovators is that their technology needs to be adopted. It needs to be adopted fast, so that they're sustainable in their production and they can produce and invent more, right? So what I see here is the ports as the client, the innovators as the technology inventors and producers of products that are going to help the ports, make ports smarter, efficient, resilient, and sustainable. So I see some interesting topics that were discussed when I was here. And I think if the ports themselves, come together and say, we will adopt some of this technology quicker, and then they go out and they do it with other infrastructure assets, I mean, the quicker you adopt, the more sustainable the innovation is, and the more it will survive.
Thanks. Sherry.
Yes, actually, I was a bit shocked this morning from the presentation, very positively, because from those three, one of them, I don't know which one, but it's like the charging solutions, Elan Road. Yeah. Because for me, I'm always thinking about for the Europe marketing, the charger is kind of the bottleneck to improve the marketing now. I don't know how many you're driving the electric vehicle. I'm driving a pure electric vehicle here, and it's struggling with the range and charging every time when I drive over 2-3 hours, because either it's not enough, or it's not standardized, or some brokens. And that not only for the passenger individual cars, but also for the commercial trucks, the delivery trucks, the charger is a pain point to grow the business, because the truck is big, the road is narrow, and to build up the charging station is always the space problem. So here the bottleneck, I think, And also the bottleneck, not only the infrastructure of a charger, but also the electricity. Another thing I feel here, because I'm driving EV in China, here, and the surprise to me is the cost of the electricity is so much more expensive than China. So to reduce the energy cost, it's the whole heavy systems job.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Jerry. Yeah, your question about innovation, and maybe you can end with a question that I would like to ask both ports here. If you would have to pick one of those four startups that presented to explore whether they could be implemented at your port, which one would you pick? But maybe you want to say something general about innovation first.
Yes, before that, but in the port of Sines, it's important also the innovation. We are taking care of that and monitorize that. But in this session was, I was like, I was shocked positively because due to the several presentations and innovations are presented here. And for us, ports, innovation is important to accomplish our targets related with the environmental targets, but also it must be preferably with not too much expensive costs. Otherwise, it's difficult to implement all of the solutions. And one of the challenge for us ports, for the port of Sines, also important the production of hydrogen. It could be a significant more improvements. There is a lot of opportunities for ports also to use the hydrogen, but of course, as I said it before, not with these current prices. It's too much difficult with these current prices. So there is a barrier that must be overcome is the higher cost of the energy and electricity to produce hydrogen. Otherwise, it will be difficult. And of course, for us, it's important, the OPS systems, of course, the technologies, probably modular ones would be interested for us. Also, the price of the current OPS, it's high also, it's higher also, but it's important, we have to acquire them. But, and finally, and I agree with that, it was quite interesting here to see the presentation of Ellen Road also. So, and it could be probably easiest one or fastest one to put it on the port. Probably. And it could be interesting also. And I think Ellen Road could be here in this conference, probably. Who knows? Some clients. But let's see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We go,
you asked about
you answered already, Ellen Road. Yes, you answered already. I'll take the microphone. Let's hear from you. Oh, you have a microphone. Which innovator would you like to talk to explore implementing it at your port?
Well, I won't go for OmniFlow because I believe that was about the shore power, right? And we've already...
OmniFlow is the lights.
Oh yeah, the lights.
Yeah.
Sorry for we've already done a lot of stuff, and also we've done most of the shore power implementation for seaside and barges. That we've been working on it for 7 years. Actually, of course, I'm not being polite, but I really do not want to pick one. I would like to connect Container Grid and Elon Road and Boson Energy to people in my port, and I will tell you why. Container Grid, because they are taking on the challenge of organizing, and that's really the most complicated part of the whole waste to energy and waste recycling thing. So that's very good, interesting. Elon Road, because I was taking pictures of your presentation. I already sent you an email, but I didn't have time to send an email to the others. But very interesting because it really solves, as Sherry said, a really big problem. And Boson Energy, if you can scale that up in our port, that's the main issue, scaling it up, being in the right locations and combining flows. If you can do that, please come over, all of you.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that. And OmniFlow, I think, should have also a second chance actually in the security session tomorrow, because they can also help with that and with digitization. Thanks a lot. We are really running out of time. We want to go to lunch and networking, one-on-one networking. Don't forget that, but Anna-Rita will remind us that. I would like to thank the panel very much for your contribution. Great to have you on stage and share your insights with us. Big hand for the moderators. But also a big hand for the ventures that presented here and the academic presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, only a
Thank you
quick
very much.
remark. We'll be having lunch on the 10th, where we had the coffee break. Before we coming back inside at I'm Chris Kosmala. Chris is a leading consultant in maritime logistics and digital transformation, advising ports, terminal operators, carriers, and logistics companies on data-driven transitions and M&A strategies. With an MBA from UNSW Business University, he brings deep expertise in supply chain optimization, sustainability, and integrating emerging technologies within global trade networks. Chris, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this fantastic introduction. I noticed that some people disappeared. I was expecting a full house over here, but I promise you a very interesting discussion. The way we organize this, first we have the presentations. One, there's innovation from university. Then there are a few startups, which maybe some of you heard about. If not, they're very interesting in terms of the technology they're dealing with. All of these startups played with AI, so there's some application of AI. And believe me, AI is not ChatGPT, and it's not just a large language model. We will follow this with the panel, with the experts. I'll introduce them, but they're essentially people mixed across the ports, the logistics companies, and terminal operators. So this is going to be all interesting. And without further ado, I have my first star speaker, Catarina Carvalho, from the Institute from Porto, right? Okay, and you're going to spend 7 minutes, productive minutes, maximum, yeah? Because what I'm going to do is, you know, when you're approaching 7 minutes, I'll just do this and it's over. I'm really tough, right? You know, spend a lot of time with the startups, so I have to really be conscious of them wasting my time just as much as I waste their time. So it's all limited. Catarina, please. Technically, we're all good.
I think we are good. Is it okay? Okay. So I'm going to try to be fast. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Catarina Carvalho, and I am a researcher at NEXUS in Porto. And today I'll share with you our work on a digital solution for just-in-time port operations, focusing on ship arrivals and tugboat management. So I'll start with some context. Nowadays, container terminals are under intense pressure to reduce waiting times, to improve efficiency, and at the same time cut emissions. But in practice, ships still spend a lot of time waiting at anchor or at berth because their arrival is not sufficiently coordinated with the real-time status of the terminal. And ideally, we want ships to adjust their speed so that they arrive at a port just in time. And this means when the equipment or a berth is actually available. However, this is hard to achieve in reality because there is a lot of uncertainty in port operations and even in ships' travel times. And additionally to this complexity, there is a second layer of complexity, which is to manage tugboat fleets. And as we all know, tugboats are expensive assets, and deciding on the right number of tugboats is not trivial because it depends on many factors, such as the mix of vessels, the arrival patterns, the berth layout, or even in the tides and in the weather conditions. And current solutions analyze towage costs, but they don't really provide an adaptable data-driven way to size tug fleets for any given port. And this is precisely where our work is positioned. So given this context, our work has 4 main objectives. And the first one is to develop a simulation-based decision support tool that couples vessel arrival management with tugboat operations planning under a just-in-time philosophy. And second, we want to integrate this discrete event simulation with data analytics as part of a port digital twin. And third, to enable the evaluation of operational policies and investment scenarios to measure their impacts on efficiency and environmental performance, and at the same time provide strategic and operational recommendations. So to achieve these objectives, we propose a four-step solution approach. So we start by collecting historical data on estimated time of arrivals, service times, berth occupancy, and equipment availability to create a reliable representation of the system. Using this data, we build our discrete event simulation that incorporates stochastic elements. So we don't just simulate averages, but the real variability that happens in port operations. On top of this model, we run different scenarios to test how this system behaves. And finally, we compute some performance metrics so we can see how these scenarios can affect the several KPIs, such as waiting times or even the CO2 emissions. So here in this slide, we have the digital twin framework. So at the top, we have our physical environment, which is the actual port. And here, all port equipment and the arriving ships are monitored in real time. And here we are generating a significant amount of data. And this data will feed the middle layer, which is the virtual environment. And here we have our digital twin. And in this layer, we combine two elements. So we have a simulation model of ship arrivals, of terminal processes, and of the tugboat operations. And then we have an optimization model that will search for better schedules, and even for better resource plans. And all this information will support this bottom layer, which is the business and logistics layer. And here we have several dashboards that will transform the model outputs into indicators. And finally, these indicators will drive performance analysis and practical recommendations. So in short, this digital twin closes the loop between our real port data, the virtual experimentation, and also these concrete decisions that will make operations more efficient and more sustainable. And with this, within this environment, we can also perform what-if analysis. For instance, we can test what happens if we change the speed profile of incoming vessels, what happens if we add or remove tugboats. So this is the decisions support power that a digital twin can offer to port stakeholders. So here we have a visual representation of the simulation model that we developed at INESCTEC. So our discrete events simulation was implemented using D2XCEL software. And this software enables us to animate the system, to observe cues, to observe the conflicts that can happen in the system. And it can also allow us to validate this model with port experts in a very intuitive manner. And with this work, we expect several outcomes. So this is an ongoing work, and the main outcome is to develop a prototype of a digital twin using real port data to measure how just-in-time speed advice and tugboat scheduling can affect several KPIs, such as the waiting times, turnaround times, and even the CO2 emissions. And to conclude, I would like just to highlight some key points. And as you saw in this presentation, by combining simulation with data analytics, we can safely test new ideas before implementing them in real operations. So here we are saving money. And at the same time, we continue to improve our tool as a decision aid for port managers. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katarina. 5 seconds to spare. You got to admire this. She's as good as her model. Yes, it was just in time. It's a very interesting discussion. What has not been mentioned, my background is actually in applied mathematics. So that was my undergrad. And I used to work in Asia for about 20 years. One of my customers, Port, I'm not going to mention this, but essentially needed something like this, which I offered. Model was already there. You know, there was an example of this working. And I was competing against a purchase order for a new tugboat. So I showed that they do not have to spend the money on the new tugboat. Actually, my simulation will actually free up some of the existing time of the existing tugboats. We're going to cut down some of the resources utilization. We're going to improve assets and workforce. I lost against the tugboat. So what I'm trying to say is we're always suspect of the solutions that are being offered to us in ports. Fine. It's a natural thing to be a little bit skeptical, especially because with mathematical models, you really don't know. I cannot show you features and functions. The model either works or it doesn't work, but to you, it's just a black box. So it's always good to try to familiarize it with yourself, but at some point you have to make a jump. And in a port, you actually have to say, okay, my old experience of running things in old ways, maybe I should really forget about them, and maybe I need to move on to the technology that is becoming available to us broadly. Now with this one, now is a number of startups. Some of them already have the clients who are paying them money. So that would be a good lesson for you now to understand which ones made the jump and for what reason. So the first one is Flowcade. So very interesting. Flowcade representative. And that would be Edgar, right? Edgar Gonçalves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Edgar Gonçalves. I'm a solutions manager at Wavecom, Portuguese company. However, I am here representing on behalf of Flowcade. Flowcade, I'm here to talk to you about a bit of location and real-time location applied to production and logistics centers. So I imagine that a lot of you deal with a lot of issues related to a lot of asset utilization. You feel that you lose a lot of time in searching for this specific asset, searching this specific container, and you perceive that there's an extra space utilization that it's not efficient. So there's a challenge that some of you may tackle with some technologies. These challenges related to location can be tackled with different technologies, be it with RFID, ultra-wideband, Bluetooth, or even Wi-Fi, or even GPS for fleet management. But you have different technologies, and each one talks its own language, and each one has its own system integrator. And each system integrator delivers you an out-of-the-box solution that ends with data at a certain point. Okay, you as a logistic manager or as IT manager are dealt with different data points that you need to integrate. And there's a lot of trouble, a lot of data silos that you need to manage. There's no interoperability between different technologies. So you made the investment, but there's still a lot to gain by leveraging these multiple technologies. What we are proposing is a hub, a middleware that unifies all these technologies, that accumulates this location data, real-time location data. It's a powerful middleware, powerful hub, where you can use multiple hundreds or thousands of assets in real time, and as multiple features, like collision or fencing. But you may argue, okay, but I used to have 5 proprietary vendors, and I need to talk with each one of them. Right now, I have 1 proprietary vendor, and I need to talk with this vendor, and I'm dependent on this vendor. Okay, this is not fully true, because this hub is standardized in a global standard called OMLOGS. OMLOGS is a Profibus, Profinet organization standardization. So anything that you integrate with this hub, it's an investment that it's future-proof. Future-proof for your applications that you will integrate, either SAP or either MES, or even for future technologies. Any technology that has integration with this standard can be easily fitted. So there's a vision with different system integrators, software providers, and hardware providers. If any of them talks this same language, this Omlox standard, it's a plug-and-play solution. This is system integrators. This is where Wavecom is positioned. We are a Portuguese company with 25 years of experience in Portugal, focused on radio solutions, either Wi-Fi solutions, specialty Wi-Fi like high-density scenarios like stadiums and even ports. We did, I think, a port of Al Jazeera's coverage of Wi-Fi. And also a lot of IoT connectivity, either for municipalities and also for industry and logistics centers, for asset measurement of energy and water consumption. And where I fit in this scenario, in these multiple verticals, is the geolocation system integration. So we provide solutions based on real-time location systems. And what we are going to see in the next slide is a small video presentation of a demo of a platform from the point of view of a supervisor on a dry port logistics center. So I'm hoping I can, yes. So what you can see here is the point of view for the supervisor, the guy that's managing the inbound and outbound of containers in a dry port. This is a dry port that either receives or ships containers in either train or trucks. And it has to manage the containers from this train, has to put them somewhere in a certain buffer, a certain sector. And then when the truck comes to receive this container, it has to manage the asset utilization, the space utilization of this container to this truck to be just in time for the delivery. So what we are proposing here is a software platform based on this location standard, where you can see the real-time location data of all the containers that you see here. We are going to search for a prompt for containers that are in wrong location. And here you can see a number of containers that are not supposed to be in this sector in order to be prepared to be shipped. So it's a real-time visibility of all these containers that will then generate a task for the gripper or the forklift operators to move the containers around. So what you can see here on the bottom right corner is the platform point of view for the gripper. The gripper has a tablet on his cabin, and you can see the tasks that he has to complete. So right now he has 3 tasks of 3 containers that he has to move. So he is going to go in we are seeing in real time the movement of the forklift and the position of the container that is in his task list. So he picked this container and we can see it in real time moving, and we will see it in wrong location as long as it's not on the end space. So we are going to see it moving, and then when the forklift and the container reaches the end goal, we can see that it's no longer on the task list and the status is okay. And now we can. No, it's finished. Okay.
Thank you.
And now it is finished.
This is incredibly useful technology. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Off you go. Yeah. Oh. I like it, almost just in time. Okay, well, no, it's really good. So this is one of the technologies that is incredibly useful, especially in a container terminals which are running near capacity. So if you have a container terminal where we're facing 80% capacity utilization, you probably need something like this. Okay, number 2. EX9. EX9, all right? So here we have Xenia Duarte. Xenia, great to see you again.
Okay. Usually I used to speak for half an hour, so I'll try to make it in 7 minutes.
No, you cannot pull this off with me.
Okay. Nice to meet you all. I'm Ksenia, the CEO and co-founder of EX9. We automate movements of heavy loads like trailers, of containers, on closed components like terminals, DCs, or manufacturing plants. Why we do that? I really heard somebody say doing less, more with less. That's exactly what we're trying to do. Because today, the job of moving this heavy stuff on closed components, meaning less than 1 kilometer, back and forth, 20 times a shift, is definitely not fun, repetitive, harsh, due to that some tiredness, people provoke also damages, accidents. It's not funny. So, meaning that it brings to shortage of labor. And what we're doing is we're automating this. We deploy autonomous yard trucks with our in-house developed autonomous tech, which include the full sensor kit and control electronics, and specifically tailor it for the use case, algorithms moving back and forth in front and back maneuvering. That's our kind of our secret sauce. We developed a hyper-precise algorithms, which is capable to make it fully safe, especially for back, for coupling, parking, and docking. But it's not only that, we also build the full case with our partners with an operational environment tools. Why we do it is definitely because we worked a lot with logistic operators to better understand the case and what works and what works less. And we definitely understand that the huge problem is definitely somehow people, just because they don't want to do this job anymore. And I guess you understand that post-pandemics, it's growing more and more. And finally, we bring this solution just to be capable to avoid any interruptions, any troubles in the workflow process, and make it also extremely safe, because safety first. Our solution is capable to, let's say, reach less than 1.5 years of ROI for deployment, and especially for running 24/7 operations, where you have to make it day, night, in any weather conditions. Okay. Wow, I have sound. I didn't expect it to have any sound. Okay, I'm still trying to speak on video. So yeah, once again, the challenges is not only for manufacturing plants, but also for DCs, in any distribution centers, in warehouses. And so finally, here's dock congestion is definitely a good issue, because you have to move somehow less than 100 meters, picking up the trailer from the parking and put it to the dock. And once again, safety issues already there. About damages to the infrastructure, to the docks, to the trailers, and also people accidents, sometimes still fatal, which is awful, and we definitely have to handle that situation. That's what you have seen. It's on our track. There we run demo days for customers, and we simulate the full, let's say, scenarios of our customers in real, picking up the trailer from the incoming parking, put it to the dock in back maneuvering with coupling, and then pull it from the dock to the outgoing parking. This is another use case where we also did some operations in Port of Liège. It's something that will bring more sense for you as port operators. It's definitely container moves. The project is about 5G industrial use cases. And here you see the ability of the machine working in fully autonomous, but also an ability to be teleoperated from the control room, where you can just, in case of some unpredictable situation, you can also teledrive, which is, let's say, we see it as a backup solution, because finally in operations, what's really important is not only to bring an autonomous machine, but also being able to operate it in every day. And finally, it's also set up missions. It's also see the diagnostic of the status of the battery, number of vehicles moved, or containers or trailers moved a day, and bring some analytics. We also build the strong business case with our customers, and we build the kind of ROI calculation model where we, let's say, compare diesel, manual, electric manual, and autonomous electric solutions. And definitely, as you see here, we can definitely do more with less. First, more because we are more precise, and it's definitely very fast for us to find the right trailer in the right place or right container, because it's still connected to the control room. And that's also about with less, because finally you can just put people to do something else as a job, and save them from risks of accidents, and yeah, definitely bring them something more comfortable as a work environment. Yes, here you see also a control room that we developed. You have some data analytics from there, but also the ability to monitor and see as a kind of fleet management here. We are really happy to be part of the D2XCEL program, and very proud also to save time, money, lives, and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ksenia. So this is another example of using technology, mathematical optimization, and some AI, right? In a very different concept than your typical language model. So I hope you're getting the flow here, and you're seeing the variety of the solutions that are possible with the technology of artificial intelligence. Agape. So here it is. Can I invite the Agape? And here we have Esquiel Diaz. Please don't trip. There's a safety hazard, those stairs, yeah, you just never know. And I don't have an AI to fix this, man. So, okay, Esquiel, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Esquiel Diaz. I'm from Agape. I'm technical director. Agape is a young startup. So we are developing software since 25 years ago old from now. But we have the spirit of developing new software, developing new features, always with the spirit of a startup to bring the new solution for our clients. So we are a technology company that make a part of the NEXUS consortium as a technological partner and a software provider. And we are included in the work package number 3 for the smart gates and smart terminals. What I bring for you today is 2 products that we develop in this project NEXUS. And the first one is a cloud for access solution that is a unified identity and authorization platform. In the past, we say it's an access control solution, but we are adding a new features for this kind of solution, because the security is always an issue. We are supporting real-time authorization. We have gates. We have persons that have to access to the very restricted areas. So the goal here is to have a safety solution and a security and safety solution, but in a SIS cloud-based solution, ensuring all the security needed for this. So it's a centralized identity and access management, where the owner of the data must be the person. My biometric data must be, I'm the owner, and I can manage and use for each zone that I want to access. With the real-time authorization and engine, with the strong authentication force, and we are using the principle of a security by design. with interoperability, so this solution must be used for several players and available to be used at the multi-port and multi-instance and multi-operator. So we developed this solution. We are in the final stage, and we will launch it soon. Another product that we developed is the GateOS.ai, that is an intelligent gate and vehicle control flow management. So in the GateOS, we are managing with the real-time data to control and optimize the pre-gate and gate operations for entry, for delivery or collecting some container, for example, in the container terminal. In this solution, what we are doing, we are collecting data from each player. We are collecting data from the container terminal. We are collecting data from the transport companies, and we are optimizing to have the best optimization to the discussion for that delivery or for collecting some cargo. For example, the use case that we are implemented here in Port of Sines is we have the restriction of the terminal with their equipment, with their capacity to execute some operations. We have the capacity of the transport companies. In this moment already it's possible for a transport company to book a schedule, but in our approach the system will propose the best opportunity appointment that will optimize the terminal operation with their equipment and their moves, and also the transport companies reducing the time that they want to wait. Also, in the GateOS, we develop a set of algorithms to be a full product and platform. And in this moment, we develop all these developers and are integrated in the platform. So these two products we develop in the NEXUS. We will in the second quarter we will deliver it to the SCIS product, the both one. Have more minutes?
Oh, you stay for 1.5 minutes, but yeah, this is great. Okay, so this is thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shocking surprise, I have to say this is the first event at which I have started presentations and they're all below the time, below the 7 minutes. So this is really good. This is very useful technology as well. I think you realize this. This is probably something that I need to even catch up, because I know a few terminals who are looking for those kind of solutions and they don't want to overpay. Let's say competing systems for smart gate, it's usually ABB. You're looking at, or Siemens, you're looking at significant amount of money, but smaller terminals may be looking at something like this. So again, another thing to think of over here. T-mining. Okay, so here we have, on the T-mining, we have Nico Wouters and my second last presentation. Take it to the floor.
Okay, we'll put this a little bit higher. Okay, my name is Nico. I'm CEO and one of the founders of T-mining. We're based in Antwerp. We're a scale-up for the moment, 25 people, of which 24 in Antwerp and 1 in Hamburg. And we're focusing on secure handover of containers. Tom from the Port of Antwerp this morning mentioned already that our Western European ports are not only used to import legitimate goods, but for instance also import of cocaine is unfortunately a very big problem for our port. This graph, for instance, is from Europol, and it gives the statistics up to 2020. And unfortunately, you see that in 2020, more than 200 tons of cocaine were captured by our customs. 200 tons, that represents quite a lot of disturbance on our society. But there is a lot of money involved. If you know, 200 tons and 1 gram of cocaine costs apparently 50 euros. So this is certainly organized crime who is sitting behind this. Stealing of containers is not only a hobby of organized crime, but if you know, for instance, that a container full of iPhones or a container full of cigarettes on which taxes have been paid is also easily 10 million euros of value. You can imagine that people are creative to intercept some of those containers. Actually, many years ago, when a truck driver went to the port and claimed a particular container, he was using a paper, and that paper was called, in English, a delivery order. That paper was not very handy, of course, could be falsified, but it was quite a challenge, also how that paper ended up into the hands of the truck driver, because the paper was issued by the shipping line. You have a lot of intermediaries, as you will see. Then people came up in 2010 to replace that paper, because paper is old school, with a PIN code. And so we link with every import container a unique code. And so the truck driver started to claim a container based on a PIN code. Yeah. The big problem with that PIN code was that the distribution of that PIN code was also very unsafe, and organized crime quickly detected that you could bribe people to get hold of PIN codes, and you could just go to the terminal and claim a container which was not targeted, not for you. And so how does it come? You have a lot of intermediaries. Again, the carrier issued the PIN code. The PIN code was mailed or put on a PDF from the shipper to the freight forwarder to the haulier. A lot of subcontractors, and all those people saw the PIN code, and if later a container disappeared, nobody could prove who has stolen the container. So that we started working on that problem since the creation of our company in 2016. And so what we have done is we replaced that pickup right, which is now a PIN code, by a digital token. And actually, we're using blockchain technology for this. And some of you, I know, blockchain is, for instance, used in Bitcoin. That's only one application of blockchain. But what is unique to that technology is that you can transfer something from one wallet, from one partner to another party, and it doesn't remain anymore in the original wallet. Yeah? For non-ITers, this seems very strange. But if I mail to you, if I send you an email with a PIN code, yeah, I still have the PIN code. However, if I transfer a token via blockchain, then afterwards I don't have the token anymore. And what is also very interesting with that technology is that it creates an immutable audit log. And so if things go wrong afterwards, if containers are still stolen, you can immediately pinpoint where it went wrong. And unfortunately, it still goes wrong from time to time. We started with this, so as I said, 9 years ago. We started rolling out in Antwerp, but in a very phased approach and for very specific shipping lines who bought into our story. And it took us a couple of years before this was rolled out. So we started with MSC, and then we were able to convince also some of the competitors of MSC, CMA, Hapag-Lloyd, and that brought us also to other countries because, let's say, for large shipping lines, let's say one port, they prefer to have a single solution for multiple ports. For them, if they import a container via Antwerp or via Hamburg, they prefer as much as possible a similar process. So our solution works so with the shipping lines, and ultimately we have also integrations with the terminals. For instance, MPET, which is joint venture between MC and PSA. PSA, of course, also here in this port, active. There we have the biggest integration, and this works with a card that has been selected by the Port of Antwerp. It's an RFID card and with a fingerprint. But our solution is also installed in much smaller ports, for instance, in the hinterland, because if the more secure you make the deep sea port, of course, organized crime moves its terrain of activity to smaller ports. And for instance, in dry ports or smaller ports across the waterways, there are far less systems installed. Since a couple of months, we're also in Limburg. This is a very small terminal, and there is no port community system, for instance. So it's really a greenfield for us. So in the meantime, we have installed our solution in 4 countries. 8,000 companies are using the solution, etc. And thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Nico. Now, this is another important technology. This is blockchain. But if you remember, there is a directive of the European Union for direct release. So all containers coming now from South America cannot be released with a PIN code. They have to be actually released with a secure technology like this, direct release. Government of Germany made the same decision now. It has to be rolled out for 2 other German ports. Belgium made that decision. I have not yet heard if Portugal issued a directive from the government to say, you know, so shall implement it by the end of this month, let's say, right? But we need to catch up with this because the direct release is going to be mandatory now for progressively more regions, not just South America, but also for Middle East, if you remember, and also the containers coming from Africa. Because just like Nico mentioned, when you block one route, the bad guys are very, very quick in re-optimizing their supply chains to actually use different ports, to use different arrangements, and to still break the law. Okay, they're not waiting. There is no hesitation on the other side. So thank you very much, Nico. And my last presentation is by Audrey Abrinas from DMS Log. Okay, I'm getting a wave over here. Okay, well, in that case, I have the pleasure to invite my very vocal, experienced panel. So can I please, panelists, join me over here? Estelle, Mariana is going to be online. I actually don't understand why she's facing me. She should be really facing you, but that's okay. We also have Boris Wenzel. I'm going to do the introductions once they're here. And obviously, we have Luis Marquez. So please, I'm going to, I think you're the first one, so you can just select the best seat in the house. All right. Oh my God, a rearrangement. Right? So yeah, I'm sitting next to the management consultant. This is really good. Important introduction, Estelle Linette. You can obviously add later about yourself and do the sales pitch. She's with Roland Berger. So this is one of the major management consulting houses. Estelle, you also have your own company that also does consulting to ports and terminal operators. That's really good. I like it. The other superwoman, unfortunately, you cannot face her, but she's Mariana Leftov. Mariana Leftov is with a Smart Container Alliance, and she is also a vice president for Hupo, right? That has to be mentioned, right? So it's a company which is actually relates to the smart containers. That's going to be a very interesting conversation. Then we have Boris Wenzel from, well, okay, I'll just continue with the terminal committee, right? So there is a Terminal Industry Committee 4.0, TIC 4.0. It's a useful acronym to know. We'll talk about this a little bit later, what TIC is doing. And last but not least, of course, we have Luis Marquez. Now, he is representing a local logistics company with a global reach, right? So Wrangle Logistics, am I pronouncing this right? Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to switch to Portuguese on this one. Listen, you heard the presentations, right? So that's really good. We understand that there is a value in AI. We understand that the startups are betting that this technology will somehow differentiate them from other startups competing in the same space, right? But the big thing that is always on my mind is when you go out and you face terminal operator or a port authority and you start talking the AI story, is there enough comprehension on a part of the buyers of what AI is? Because I notice a lot of them think AI, oh, that's ChatGPT. So there must be something to do with me typing a question and this thing a prompt, right? And I receive some fantastic answer, right? Well articulated in the language of my own language. And then you say, no, AI consists of so many other things, right? We have the vision, we have the natural language support, we have the machine learning, all those subsets. So do you think in our industry, so thinking of ourselves as a ports, terminal operators, logistics companies, do we actually have enough knowledge to understand what the startups are selling to us when they say AI? I have AI. What do you think?
Well, there is a lot of questions into your question.
Yeah,
but
I'm well known for that.
Yeah, let's try. Well, first, it's true that most of the time, people think about AI as being only data language. I mean, ChatGPT and those things. But indeed, it's a larger scope. And when you need to think about machine learning as well, and there is a lot of things that is provided to our industry and ecosystem that goes far beyond data learning. But where I think, and so I will answer your question because before you cut me, I need to be quick on that
You're
one.
not a startup, but you'll be a better quick.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So I think we have not fully got it. And the answer is not fully or not yet. And I see this as with two different angles, especially for ports and terminals. Well, not especially, but it's a tendency that each and every industry has. First, I do think that you can unlock AI potential if really you look at the global ecosystem. If you look at AI only for ports, you will have definitely use cases, but that would not unlock the full potential of it. So that could be my first. Think big and think about all the players around there. And the second one is that often when we think about AI, we're just like, hey, that's a new tech. But no, AI isn't only a new tech. There is far more than that into it. And we tend to completely focus on the technology and forget all about the human component. And AI, in some cases, do completely revolutionize the way that you work and you orchestrate your processes. So this means that it's going to, push a lot of change management and training and all of it. So to answer your question, do we really grasp it all, technologically speaking, and on the other side of the story? I guess not, but we're going to go there.
Yeah, so this is interesting concept, right? Because I think Gartner just recently released something saying 98% of the AI projects fail. Or will fail. And you're thinking, who are the lucky 2%, right? But a big issue, of course, is that each industry is affected differently. So port authority is affected differently by what AI offers and what they can use it for. So is terminal operator. But one of the stress nodes is the logistics operator. It's a freight forwarder, maybe sometimes a 3PL, right? Where they have, freight forwarder obviously doesn't have assets, but 3PL does. Now over there's a huge aspect of AI, how I can use AI to optimize my space utilization, how I can optimize movements in and out of my warehouses and my distribution centers. Wrangle Logistics, Luis, answer the same question, essentially. Do you feel comfortable that on our part of the industry, on our logistics service providers, we understand what AI is and what we should demand from the startup saying, hey, help me with this, and I know that AI can solve it for me. What do you think?
Well, we are trying to understand that.
At least we are aware. There's awareness about it. There's a sense of awareness about the potential, and we are really putting resources, studying the opportunities. So from the start, as a strategic point of view, if we put resources on that, we are taking decision to catch the opportunities. I think there are different levels. The first level is the one that you were presenting. That's optimizations, internal processes optimizations, and for that we are seeing lots of projects. So it's the classical. We pick up a process and we ask how can digitalization or AI or how can this help optimizing this process. So in companies, in groups like the one where I work, that's the easy part. So the team identifies an opportunity, it presents a simple business plan, and we take the decision. And we can monitor that decision, we take a KPI, and that is building a base. I will call it a culture, but it's not a culture, it's trust. It's more, if we can do this in this simple way, with this simple process, we can scale it up. Well, but we are not there, because this is the first level. The second level is, what new process can we bring with this kind of technology? It is in this environment that we are aware of the potential. We talk with startups, but it's difficult to evaluate the opportunities, because you have a concept, you have an idea, but you don't have a case. You are trying to figure out, but you don't have the case. So that's exploratory. And
would you, in that situation, would you expect the startup to actually spend time explaining this to you, or to essentially spend time with you, right? One of the big issues for the startups is we don't have time. We really need to have a sale quicker, because startup runs on very little money, right?
Yeah.
And you have to come back to investors. So, but would you, as a customer, would you expect that the startup spends a little bit more time explaining to you rather than just rushing towards the close of the sale?
Yeah, definitely yes. Yeah. Although it's both ways nowadays. So we have startups that are trying to reach us and present their technology directly, like in this event, or through venture capital funds and so on. So we have that kind of environment. And for that, we are sitting on our chairs, expecting them to present their case. But nowadays, we are also beginning to look and search for technology. We are not a first mover,
right?
Although we are a big company here in Portugal, so we have 2,000 collaborators. We are present in 9 countries all over the world, but of course we are a very small operator worldwide.
Yeah, on a global scale, yeah.
But we are not the first mover, but as we are becoming aware of the potential, we start to look for opportunities, start to look for technology for some problems that we have or some strategic vision that we have. So I would say that's 75-25, 75%
okay.
expecting to be challenged, but 25% looking for opportunities.
Great. Okay, another question. So I think this is perfect that we have Mariana over here and we have Boris. Data. AI leverages data, right? We know it all. AI without data is nothing. It cannot fill the gaps. It cannot think through what the correct number should be where there is a blank. So we still talk about this. But not only about the cleanness of data that we have to operate with, but also who collects what data, who shares it with whom, who ensures that what's shared it's not going to go outside of the system, let's say, and become anti-competitive. we're tracking containers, we're tracking data about the ships, we're tracking data about the trucks, we're tracking the data about everybody meeting or not meeting their commitments in terms of time. Is there some sort of a end state to this, or we'll be meeting over here in 10 years, we'll be kind of older and wiser, and we'll be still talking about the data? Mariana, what do you think? I see you laughing over here. This is really good that when she's showing over distance. Do we have the voice? We cannot hear you, but I love the lips moving. There we go. You are on. Yes.
Now
please.
you can see. Okay, you can see and hear. There are a few reasons why I'm laughing, because I'm close to decades in the industry and I'm dealing with IoT. So before we started speaking about AI, we have been speaking about data harvesting that IoT can enable. And we had the same question: who owns the data, how we share the data? So I would like to turn the table a little bit. Our industry, the supply chain, is a collaborative project by default. Par excellence, in order to reach efficiency, we might need to work better together. Now, in the AI applications, we need to guarantee that we have high quality data at the input, meaning that we need high quality data harvested. And for this, we have special tools. If we speak on the hardware level, we're talking about very good and precise technology for sensors, for example, measurements and so on, communication. The next level is, of course, capturing the documents and historical data that exists, processes. We also need to look into integration of the information and data captured by our partners within the supply chain in order to get a high quality application. And then based on the AI application, we can get this holy grail of the efficiency and modernization. But startups are not responsible for the supply chain actors' decision to share the data. They're also not responsible for the big actors of big corporates' beliefs and fears about data sharing and cybersecurity. Startups that are dealing with AI, they have the following tasks. They can help the corporates to create so-called model rules for data harvesting and data sharing. These principles would help to decide based on what the information is going, for example, from container owner to customs authorities, right? And which data models will enable this, how the message will be structured, and which information will be transmitted. This, a company, a technology solution provider company, can take care of. It's also on the technology company to guarantee the cybersecurity and fight the cyber risks here, to provide constantly newly evaluated solutions and doing the penetration tests and so on and so forth day and night in order to keep the quality of these processes always on the highest level and protect the security. However, these companies, the solution provider companies, cannot make this step forward and this decision. They only can help to the corporates to understand the need and guarantee that their needs will be preserved in a secure manner in order to reach the efficiency that AI tools are promising.
Thanks, Mariana. I think I'm hearing that if I come back over here in 10 years, we'll be still talking about the data sharing and the data security and so on. Now, TIC, this is really important. So there's a data about the box and what's inside the box, but there's also the data that we're trying to share between the equipment. If we want to have an autonomous terminal, we got to be sharing data. TIC was forever preoccupied with opening the interfaces, making sure that there is a one data model, that every machine can pass information to the adjacent machine and everybody can talk to the TOS or the equipment control systems. Is this data sharing? That was always an issue, right? Because Kalmar hanging on to this, Konecranes to that, ZPMC to something else. Where are we in that space with the equipment?
Well, I think as was just said, there are many challenges in relation to data. One is the trust in sharing it, as was just mentioned, the quality of the data, but I think maybe even most importantly is the meaning of the data. If you aggregate data where you don't have data that can be understood the same way from whatever source it comes, then it is just garbage. And whatever you're doing with this aggregation of data is not going to produce the results you want. I mean, and this is why we started TIC 4.0 now 8 years ago, because the idea was we need to bring standards for the data. And that means not defining rules, but in fact creating a data model and actually having for the common definitions of the data, and ensuring in fact that we have an ontology that can be used, for machines and can be also understood by humans, or some humans at least, because I don't. But the guys who are working on this can read it. So we actually created a language, okay, a data language. And the vision is that, if we want to have, true integration of data in a, let's take first a terminal ecosystem, every equipment, every sensor, every system must speak the same language so that it can understand each other, and so that what information is exchanged, it cannot be controversial. It has only one meaning, and it is understood this way. So this is how we are trying to resolve one piece of the puzzle. With
I think this is important to say. It's just one piece of the puzzle, right? This is much bigger. In specific to ports, you probably remember one of the first presentation you probably saw something called Digital Port at SG. This is the Singapore solution to essentially ensure that single window for a maritime visit. So this is a vessel coming into the port and vessel being released to leave the port. There's 13 agencies behind Digital Port at SG. Previously, the ship or ship agent had to submit 13 different pieces of data to 13 different agencies, then collect 13 different responses, making sure that they comply, and the answer is yes, you're allowed, yes, you're okay, right? And not until having a single platform and agreed standards for the data submission to Singapore's Port Authority, we actually have finally clarity. Now the problem with this maritime single window, just like a custom single window, then you go to the next location and it doesn't look anything like Digital Port at SG. Digital Port at Shanghai is different, right? There is a lodging. Digital Port at Barcelona, if one exists like that, is yet different. So we will be struggling with the data, and the problem is if we're struggling with different submission of the different data in different format, AI cannot really do much for us.
You can't do anything valuable with AI.
Yeah, it will be just doing fragmented stuff, right?
Or even worse, AI will give you completely wrong result with a lot of assurance. And if you follow that, you'll get into very big trouble.
I like it, the hallucinations of on a basis of incomplete data. Yeah, that's very possible. Now listen, ultimately in ports, maybe they're not preoccupied because they're very often government extensions of the government, either city or state or country. But ultimately it's a business, right? Because you need to make money in order to fund growth, to fund improvements. This money is not going to be given to you from the taxpayers, right? Port operators, and in case of terminal operators, the carriers will not give you any more money. You need to make money. Now, do you think that the AI or the companies pitching AI right now, or these startups, do they actually understand that we have to make money, or they sometimes concentrate on things that are marginal to us? They're not really creating a huge benefit, right? And I know there may be a look given to me about the sustainability, right? Because this is one of those typical projects. Do you think that there is a clear understanding of how the startups pitching AI can approach me as a business and actually sell it to me as a business thing? Or is it always They will just do the presentation. I have to make a decision. What do you think? How do you calculate this? I don't want to say ROI. It's a terrible word, right? But ultimately, I'm not in this business to pay for more and more interesting pieces of technology if I cannot make some money, extra money from, especially in the logistics. You're running a business between what? 3%, 4%, right? I mean, we're talking Kuhn and Nagel, which might be claiming 20, and we're saying, I don't think so, right? Yeah. It's a very margin-driven business. So, do they understand?
In my personal experience, no. Most of the times they don't study our business model. And the exceptions are the ones that already have been tested in a similar business model.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the times, we have a great technical presentation, but as you said, we have to figure out the practical application in our business.
Mm. Yeah. Mariana, this is a good question. Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
just I didn't want
right.
to cut Mariana
but I think you can add this. So Mariana is dealing with a smart container, right? This is the TrackSense, NEXUS, and so on. This is putting IoT in. And if you remember, Maersk made a first decision, and they said, it's very costly to put sensors, IoTs, into every container. I'm going to do this for reefers, refrigerated containers. Then Hapag-Lloyd came in and saying, I will do one better. I will put it into all my containers. And when you think about this, there's 8 million containers out there in the circulation, right? At any given time, that's what we have in the world. And there's probably some junk containers that are laying out there. That's probably another 2 million. So 10 million boxes. This technology of sensors on the containers, is that making a case? How do you see it? Mariana, it's probably, you're probably going to be put on a spot over here, but do you see this as something that it's sellable because it increases the profits that operation can make, a carrier, owner of a container?
You changed the question twice, I think, on the run.
We'll come back on it later.
Yeah. So we need to say, I need to agree with the previous answer. If we are looking into the startup business in this field, no, technology companies usually don't know how to approach their clients and to approach the pain point. And it's a very big advantage when a technology company knows the business and understands the pain and can make their client a hero using the technology. And the technology, buying the technology per se, shouldn't be the event. The event should be actually the results that will be achieved with this technology. This is this so-called return of investment, and would it be in any type of goals? If a company wants to reach sustainability improvement, or if they want to reach the efficiency and want to generate more income, this is a particular case of each and every client. And for each and every client, there is a service provider that needs to tackle these issues. If we are talking about container digitalization, there is no one answer that will fit Hapag-Lloyd and CMA and MSC and other lines, Zimline and so on and so forth. Every company comes with their own needs, and their service provider is obliged to serve this need to fit with their solution into what these companies are looking to improve using the IoT technology, AI technology, or any other digitalization means. It means that the pitch that, for example, Kuhn & Nagel is receiving is not the same pitch that Hapag-Lloyd is receiving. And also the services, would it be hardware services or visibility services, and the end of this solution, they might be not the same. Nevertheless, of course, we are talking about a group of use cases that, for example, container owners will share. We speak also about use cases that not necessarily bringing the immediate profit, but as it was mentioned, for example, by team mining, preventive use cases for security, or use cases around safety, like fire prevention. They pay off at the end when you really can prevent the event from happening, right? So there is no one big fitting solution or presentation that would satisfy all the stakeholders.
Oh, I like it. Okay, sorry, Mariana, it was a good point. And now we have Estelle, because
Sorry?
I think, no,
I just jumped in.
No, that's all right.
Okay,
You,
breaking the opportunity.
we
No,
had
it's
the-
very good.
We had the digital data sharing problem. Estelle, you had a point on this as well, right?
Yeah, but I will rebound on the smart container as well. I mean, smart containers. This is something that we share with Mariana, and we share for a long time. But and it's a great example to trigger that. And you started speaking about CMA and HAPAG and the way they both see things very differently as far as smart container are concerned, because the way they think about ROI is completely different. So see the startup. They're gonna go and meet with CMA, or they're gonna go and meet with HAPAG. I was on CMA side when we were developing TrackSense. So I was the one doing that interface in between the shipping company and the startup. And I know it's difficult. So imagine that startup, they want to sell to several players, but here we are. CMA only see the potential in smart container if you can pass through the price to your customers.
Yes.
But Hapag-Lloyd on the other side, they do think that they have a way to benefit from smart container with internal operations and ROI. See, two different companies, different way to see the ROI. So now I bunch back on your initial question. Are the startup really seeing what ROI is about when they speak to players like you? Well, I think we have the wrong question. The question is definitely more on the corporate side. Yeah.
I think they can hire a consultant.
Yeah, honestly, the question is on the corporate side because it really relates on, and especially if we speak about AI, it relates on the way big corporates are thinking about the AI strategy roadmap and the way that they collaborate with startups so that they go from the experiment to the ROI delivery, which is not always the case. And from the AI roadmap that I've seen so far and the different setup, the two things that are enabling and success are first, you need to have, well, let's say an interface or a startup hub or a startup factory internally that makes the link in between the business and the startup world. Not same space, not same speed. You want to cut me, so go ahead.
I'm also keeping in mind, AI is not something, this is not Power BI. This is not the dashboard where I can find programmers, dime a dozen. As a startup, I need to invest. Data scientists, right? That's very costly role. Algorithm builders, experts, this is not Mickey Mouse stuff. So I have to make investment. That means my costs are increasing. So at the same time, if my application costs more, I have to be really in tune with what the customer is buying and how they will justify internally that spend. So my thinking is, it's a challenge that maybe not everybody is thinking of, right? With AI. I want to bring it to AI because this is really subject of this conversation. And by the way, if somebody from the audience has a question, I'm very flexible in taking the questions. Has anybody submitted questions on Slido? So, can we have the questions from Slido, please?
And have you seen that there were 2 or 3 startups that spoke about TCO today? Total cost of ownership.
Yeah.
So we are very close to, that was for you. So, really close to ROI. So this means that we are making progress.
Yes.
Can I make just a comment?
Yes, please do.
In the meantime, I was one of the startups that, none of the 4 startups in. Have you noticed that? Or am I wrong? Is it because we are focusing on problems for the industry?
Yes.
And AI, we should build as solution providers.
So this is really good. Okay, this is a really good point. So if nobody mentions AI, is it AI, right?
Well, there is
yeah, it's a great question, and I think, okay, so the problem is with the clients. They say, does your product have AI? This is one of the cardinal questions I'm being asked for when I'm facing a port where they're discussing with me, saying, are you representing the software? Does it have AI? I'm saying, well, okay, which part of AI, right? No, of course I don't say this. I don't challenge the client. I say, of course it does, right? And let me explain maybe what it is in 5 words, but nothing more. So the fact that we're not mentioning this, I'm not sure if this helps or not, but the customers will be asking, does it have AI? Because if it doesn't have, that means you're behind. Yeah, as a startup offering me technology. Yes.
Sorry, you haven't completed your comment yet, but I was already saying I agree. Do you need a microphone? Can you speak loudly?
No, I agree. It's not about technology is very important, but what you get with customers, like we had with blockchain, like we had with all these hydrogen as well, you know, suddenly it's everything.
Yes.
And they ask for it without knowing what they ask for. I'm not saying all clients are unintelligent, but so as a professional, you have to understand that that is what is happening.
Yes.
And then, but I actually had another question. Raising my hand for that was very simple question, because there was a discussion on the cost of a tracker in a container.
Mm-hmm.
What is the actual cost per container? I was just curious because it's not my area of expertise, and I was wondering what the cost of that tracker would be in relation with, you know, the cost of the container and the cost of the cargo and the number of times it's used. So maybe you can help us here.
What did you buy them for? Because I remember paying $110. So the problem is not the $100 that you put into a container. The problem is that that device is exposed. The container, let's say, goes to Abu Dhabi or Mombasa or whatever. Okay, somebody tampers with it, somebody removes it. There is a damage that is going on, sometimes intended damage, sometimes unintended damage. So when you're thinking about this 8 million times $100, times chasing the ones that got disabled and you have to repair them and so on, the total cost of ownership, TCO, thank you very much, Estelle, that increases, right? So the cost of the tracker itself, that is insignificant, I would say, comparing to the TCO.
$90, but I believe it's $90 to $100 for investment and then data that I guess that Mariana will complete, right?
Oh, yes.
You concur with their
Then you have to pay Orbcom to actually supply this.
Battery, $90 to $100 plus cost of the data monthly. What do you think?
Yeah.
You don't have your mic on. Okay. Sorry, I was saying, hey, Mariana, you may take that one, but I would my guess would be $90 to $100 as an investment for 7 years, and then data as a monthly cost.
I wouldn't do it this way. You can find the different types of trackers. It depends on the purpose. If you want to have a tracker for the whole life cycle of the container, I close one eye and say you're probably right, because you need to buy the hardware, you need to subscribe for data. The costs around this should be including also the installation costs, right? You need to pay someone who installs it for 10 years, and of course the delivery costs. All in all, let's say like this, we will, over the 10 years of the lifetime of container, we will not exceed 1/10 of the container cost if you calculate it correctly, if you do everything right. And of course, these benefits can be amortized within the first year or even faster. It depends on you, how you use your conclusions from the data that you see, and how you monetize it with the shipper, for example, or any other partner within the supply chain. So if you choose a tracker that is only one-way tracker for 180 days, that also makes container smart just temporarily, right? Or you choose a smart seal, we are talking about different prices, but also a shorter service for the container itself. So it's approach that has multi-layers to look at.
Yeah. So here's a good question, Luis Maldonado. How can we move beyond isolated AI pilots? And I'm thinking back to the Gartner study, which says 98% of them will fail or are failing already. So therefore, you know, you have to really be the one smart really to catch that 2%. But the reality of AI is it's very difficult to prove it with a pilot in very short time space, right? This is not feature function thing. Let me show you how I create a new screen and have a few clicks, right? AI, as the algorithm learns, Okay, it requires time to see the patterns of the data and gradually improve. So therefore, is it a problem that we do not give AI enough time, and therefore we cannot prove to ourselves that something is working here? I mean, Wrangle Logistics, you must have been looking at some AI, right? How much time do you give yourself to say, okay, this pilot shows me a real promise, we will actually now invest the big bucks?
Yeah. Well, we don't have that time assessed. I cannot give you a number. But we are in different projects, like one here in Port of Sines. We have other projects in business to consumer express operations that try to reinforce our differentiation model against the big multinationals. So our competitors are DHL and so on. So we don't have a guidance to our innovation teams that gives them a constraint of time to evaluate the project.
Okay.
For now, because we believe that we are still in the early phase of AI, and in 10 projects, we will win 1 and lose 9. We assess the cost of all those projects. We assess the time that our team spends evaluating those projects. And of course, when we reach a business plan and the team present us a CapEx or a P&L for the next 3 years, we assess the risks and we put it in our management systems. That's well, so reporting, KPIs, and so on. So we don't have the figure, and we don't want to have the figure because we don't want to constrain opportunities.
Now, you might think that this is not related, but the question immediately after that from Jaco is actually perfectly related to this. Any new technology must solve a problem better than something there before, right? So what does AI solve demonstrably better? And I'm thinking of our one of our places where we work together, right, where the Power BI dashboard was the immediate codable solution. Instead of talking, oh, let's do the large language model, let's do the prompt, rather than somebody looking for the dashboard, which is actually explaining to their situation. What do you think?
Well,
what would take a guess?
I think AI and in the terminal industry, but in others as well, the real promise of AI is to provide predictability, because this is real artificial intelligence. As you said earlier, it's not about ChatGPT and answering questions nicely or polishing your emails or whatever. It's about, in the terminal business, it's about, it's beyond optimization. It's about how are you able to predict things thanks to an artificial intelligence analyzing the present situation, taking into account the past, etc., and doing it in real time. So these are the I think the real promise of AI, and this is only AI can do that today. You don't have other solutions, I think, that can provide that. But this links a bit to the earlier question you had. This is the, once AI can really be for our industry, helping to implement predictability on berthing, on maintenance, on many other sectors. Once it can also help you commercially, as you were asking, is that bringing really what the business needs?
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to bring it up because it's one of my pet subjects. Today the startups are mostly bringing for the terminal industry solutions to optimize or to automate but they. What about solutions to help terminals make more money? Not save money, but make more money. Okay,
that's exactly the point. Yes.
And one of my ambitions would be that why is our industry not like the hotel industry? Why are we charging flat rates all year long? Whatever the situation of the terminal, we might be chock-a-block full or totally empty. Why don't we have dynamic pricing? No, of course, it's going to be very hard to implement that to a friendly shipping
I
line
like
client.
that. The shipping line would
But-
probably try to
but-
torture you to death on that one. But yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, but you know, this will become possible with digitalization and AI. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
In our business, full digitalization and AI tools could allow us to actually implement such kind of schemes to make more money when it's congested,
Yeah.
offer discounts when it's not, and do that really on a real-time basis.
You know, this is really good because when you go right now to ChatGPT and you say, I'm a container terminal operator, how can I increase my profits? You know what is the number one answer from ChatGPT? Charge the carriers more. So obviously, zero awareness. They've never been in any kind of negotiation meeting with a carrier.
We still have to train ChatGPT a bit more.
I am Jacob Horspa. You probably don't know me, Chris, but I would like to just clarify a little bit on my question before, because you already alluded to this before, Boris, that without any good data or without sufficiently good data, any decision support system will fail. We've had decision support systems for many decades. So AI is the next level of decision support as far as I'm concerned, especially also on how to make more revenue. But the key thing is, unless you have the capacity to get data, to aggregate the data and get meaning out of the data using your tools, the tools are useless. So the main question, before you ask the question as a potential implementer of AI, does your solution have AI in it? You should ask yourself, am I in a position to offer the AI sufficiently understandable data so that when I make that investment in the AI tool, I actually get something out of that AI tool that has value for me?
So
I don't think that question is asked often enough.
Yeah, but you know, it's interesting. That's the reason why I started this panel with that one question saying, do we in the industry understand AI sufficiently to that this question comes automatically in the meetings. I tell you this, I've been to many software presentations. Does your software have AI? The client is asking without, and sometimes clearly without understanding. They never work with AI, but they heard that they have to ask about AI because maybe Roland Berger, maybe McKinsey, maybe BCG told them, you have to ask about the AI because if they cannot answer this question, don't talk to them, right? Would that be possible, Estelle? I know you're gonna, you
that
can
Roland
defend.
Berger is stopping to ask about AI.
No,
that was not the question, I guess.
It's a management consultant who says you must ask about the AI. And if the software company tells you, no, we don't have it, we still work on this, you should move on. Is it possible that this is happening?
Well, I think that's not happening this way.
So
why
do
oh,
they
I
ask
think
this?
that's very limiting view of
I know.
strategic industry, but I understand where it does come from because it's true, and not only for a strategy, but also for VCs and for a lot of, today there is such interest for AI that the investment tends to go there as well. And there is a lot of questions being asked into big corporates, COMEX. And today there is more and more people reporting directly to CEO owning the AI transformation roadmap. So it's not AI anymore, it's AI transformation roadmap. We all believe that that's going to transform it all. But today, most of the concerns of corporates are we AI data ready? And so we come back to the question of Boris again. Are we AI data ready? That's you would consider that at the company level, but also at a global level. So the input of a strategy consulting firm would be work on your data, but don't wait to be perfectly AI data ready, because that it's like the same question of data sharing in the market. That will never, well, not never happens, but maybe that would happen in days and years, and everything and technology would be changed by then.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to invest right now into and move on to very well identified use case with demonstrated value, share the data that we want to share, agree and work together in a global collaborative way straight.
You know,
Can I?
Sure.
Yeah, you want to answer?
Luis, yeah.
I think there will always be fashion and fads in management. Nowadays it's AI, in the past it was sustainability, environment, and
There was even blockchain there before, right?
digitalization. And some come and stay, others no, or others not. So it comes to managers and people in the companies to assess the useful of the fashion and fads of that moment. And there's a lot of confusion. For instance, the comment, is there AI in blockchain, or is the algorithm an AI instrument? So that's a lot of confusion about that. And I think we are in this phase, but what we take at night and that will or not perturb our sleep is when AI can disrupt your business. For instance, we have certain business in our portfolio
Yes.
where we can see that AI can disrupt those businesses. So we have to be ready. And at this phase, we are ready, exploring the useful of AI, putting our management systems on AI, business plan, APIs, and so on.
That's good. Let me answer that last question. It's great that you arrived. The artificial intelligence always answer to everything and never have doubts. And when the answer is wrong, what to do? So it's actually not just artificial intelligence. So we work with mathematical optimization for 30 years. In mathematical optimization project, when we, like I explained to many people, you don't have a feature function. You cannot see what the algorithm will actually do. You don't know how it will actually process the data. However, what we always tell the client, if you ask the question wrong, okay, it's not going to be not answered, because mathematically I can answer any question, okay? And even faster, right? Because the problem is, if you're not thinking about the question you're asking, the algorithm always sounds 100% sure, okay? Even when you think about ChatGPT is never sure that you're assuming from a large language model. The large language model algorithm also operates on probability. On a probability, there is a 90% probability that after or before I will always occur, nearly always occur, okay? That's a probability. The algorithm takes. If you don't understand that you're dealing with probability, even in a large language model, then you always will think, oh, the answer is perfect, or the answer is complete. No, it isn't. It's probable, but you still have to question that. So therefore, I think when we're talking about AI, we're not talking of replacing our decisions, right? We're talking about supporting our thinking process with a faster tool, okay? This is the 5 minutes exceeded my time. Thank you very much. You always have to think, oh yeah, I like that. We always have to think it's a probability, okay? So just use it as a support of your decision, but not the decision maker. And with this is fantastic panel. Guys, we can spend another hour, but we're standing between visit to the port and I think the post drinks and so on, and everybody is already here sitting like this. So Estelle, Mariana, Boris, Luis, thank you very much. Thank you for listening to our panel. And if you have questions, catch up with us later. Okay.
Thank you. Please don't leave the room. I have some notes for you. We are having a 10 minutes coffee break. Then we're heading to the bus.